All right, so we are live now.
We got a few seconds to go before 9.
Yep. Let's get a seconds counter on my computer here.
The meeting will come to order. It is Wednesday, August 17th, and this is a meeting of the Legislative and Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources. Welcome. This is the 5th day of presentations, and we have a full schedule today. Would the clerk take the roll?
Hansen.
Present.
Hansen present. Ingebrigtsen.
Present.
Ingebrigtsen present. Ekholm.
Acom present.
Ekholm present. Albrecht is excused. Dames.
Present.
Dames present. Deestick is excused. Favor.
I'm here. Actually made it.
Thank you. Deestick present.
Deestick, shape up. They butted in my way. Favor present.
Favor present. Gibson.
Present.
Gibson present. Her. Her is excused. Lewick.
Loic present.
Lewick present. Moore.
More present.
Moore present. Morrison.
Morrison present.
Morrison present. Peichel.
Present.
Peichel present. Reese.
Reese present.
Reese present. Snyder.
Nader present.
Snyder present. Tice is excused. Westrom. Westrom is excused. Currently, there are 13 members present and 4 excused.
Quorum is present. Members, next item is reporting of any conflicts of interest regarding today's business. Does anyone have any conflicts to report? Seeing none, Michael, Becca is out today. So Michael, any updates just on today's proceedings?
Chair Hansen, members, just briefly, today is the final proposal presentations. And again, each presentation will have those 5 minutes to present, 10 minutes for member discussion. If we are ahead of schedule or projects warrant additional discussion, members have okayed going past that time limit. One of the meeting participants is the timer. You can pin this in place to keep it visible throughout. Under agenda item 5, there are 4 work plans for legislatively added projects. They will have the same 5 minutes to present, and there will be time for members' questions and consideration for approval. Again, these are work plans that members will need to consider a motion and approval for. There is no other business today, but under public testimony, as mentioned in the previous meeting, there was written public testimony received after that deadline, and this is for support of the Pig's Eye Landfill Task Force project. That is either now posted or will be posted shortly under agenda item 8 of today's meeting. Otherwise, there is no public testimony for today's agenda items. And just a reminder, there will be a subcommittee meeting today. We expect it to start 15 minutes after this meeting. And the next LCCMR meeting is on August 30th, and member evaluation number 2 is due August 22nd. So that is all the updates I have for today.
And Michael, we will need a quorum for those actions this afternoon, correct?
Mr. Chair, members, correct.
And members, I have at 10 o'clock, I have to go into another Zoom meeting for about 45 minutes to an hour. So Nancy will be taking the gavel during that time. With that, if there are no further questions, we will get started. The first project is item 2023-120, Predicting the Future by Understanding the Past, University of Minnesota, Lynn Waterhouse. Welcome to the commission, and state your name and you're with for the record.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for inviting me to present this project on behalf of the other researchers involved. My name is Lynn Waterhouse, and I am the Assistant Unit Leader in Fisheries at the Minnesota Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, which is a USGS cooperative research unit at the University of Minnesota. As you have heard from previous presentations over the past couple weeks, environmental and habitat changes are some of the greatest threats facing our natural resources. We propose to combine cutting-edge statistical techniques with large-scale data, including environmental, chemical, and geographic variables, to build a model that accurately predicts the distribution of a group of native species in the state of Minnesota. The same model will then be used to look at changes in the distribution of these species as conditions change, so predicting the future. We will select these species to focus on by partnering with an advisory committee consisting of members from tribes, local, state, and federal agencies. We'll partner with them to identify the species to focus on, considering those that are endangered, threatened, and species of interest, both culturally, economically, and ecologically. We'll also review large data sets being used and other sources of information that can inform the model with this advisory group, and work with them to identify information that could be collected in the future if there are species of interest that perhaps we can't quite use the models yet for, that they'd be interested in looking at in the future. Species distribution models have been developed and applied on a variety of species, especially invasives and also large terrestrial mammals, things like moose. These models have not yet been used to look at the occurrences of native aquatic species in Minnesota and to predict where they will be in the future using future environmental projections. Similar applications of these mathematical models have been used to predict invasive species in lakes in Minnesota, which helped inform strategic interventions and to inform where to spend surveillance dollars. These are species that we will focus on are things like, and these are just examples, these aren't necessarily the ones we would choose. Again, we'll work with our advisory group to determine them, but we could look at wild rice, some of the endangered or threatened species of freshwater mussels, also lake sturgeon, which is up for a potential ESA listing in 2024, as well as just this past May of 2022, Minnesota DNR recorded the first lake sturgeon spawning in the Red River in 100 years. So that could be an exciting and interesting species to look at. The species will be vetted and jointly decided on with our advisory committee to select those that are culturally, ecologically, and economically important. I'm just giving some potential examples here. This project will result in 2 useful tools for managers focusing on aquatic resources and aquatic species management. The first would be a map of water bodies in Minnesota that are ranked low, medium, high in terms of the risk of change for future climate scenarios. The second will be a list of the native aquatic species selected that are at high risk of change and those that are resilient. These pieces of information could help with allocating how to spend monitoring dollars, informing remediation plans, along with species management plans, all of which will help with the preservation and conservation of Minnesota's amazing natural aquatic resources. We would work with managers and policymakers so they understand how to use and interpret the resulting tools. We'll do this by having 2 workshops. One will focus on the quantitative model for those who are really interested in learning the statistics behind it all. The second workshop will be aimed at managers who want to understand this resulting tools, the species that are at risk and water bodies that are at risk, and also the resilient species. Why is it a great time to do this project? Currently, there's lots of large data sets that are now publicly available, and we have the computing power to analyze them, along with the future climate projections. Members of the research team from USGS are experts at wrangling this types of data, the researchers I'm working with. The goals of the project are ambitious but achievable given the quantitative skills of the team and computing advances. We'll also be sharing the model so that the work could be repeated in the future or extended to additional species or with new data. We also recently received federal funding to do a complementary project in the upper Mississippi River Basin, which includes Minnesota, and it would focus on aquatic invasive species exclusively. Having results for both the native species and the aquatic invasive species would be very helpful for managers. And this project is funded. It would be interesting to see how areas at risk from invasions compared to areas that are at risk for native species or areas that are resilient. The bulk of the funding we're asking for is for the postdoc for 2 years, as well as the workshops and outreach activities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. I was wondering if you could, for a moment, thank you, first of all, Lynn, for your presentation, but could you distinguish your proposal from the downstream strategies work that was conducted maybe 5-6 years ago with the Department of Interior that did a Midwest fish habitat assessment?
Dr. Waterhouse.
Thank you, Chair and Member, for that question. So I moved to Minnesota a year ago, so I am actually unfamiliar with that project. But I can confidently say they did not use the exact same statistical model. This is getting in the weeds of our project, but we'll be using a type of model called boosted regression trees, which has been shown in other studies with other species to actually be a very robust statistical model in predicting the occurrence of species, both rare species and species which have a lot of data. So I'm confident that our modeling approach is a really robust method. And I doubt that it's the exact model that they use. I can check and get back to you if you would like. But it's more of a modern approach.
Yeah, it was in 2017. It was downstream strategies in cooperation with the fish habitat partnerships across the Midwest. It was a report put out with cooperation from West Virginia University, and it did a lot of climate adaptation, habitat suitability for various species of fish across I think it's 5 different fish habitat partnerships that occur in that area, with particular focus in the Great Lakes on GLFWC, the Great Lakes Wildlife and Fish Commission species priorities, and then the Driftless Area Restoration Initiative also had its priorities represented. So I just want to make sure that there is a distinction there and that we're not creating another tool potentially that's just restating something that we already know. Thanks.
It's kind of fun to say GLFWC, isn't it, Commissioner Peichel? Representative Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for the presentation. Got a question on your data and particularly if you're going to look back at any existing data specific to wild rice. It's not clear to me yet that we really understand the impact of all the adjustments over the last 150 plus years to the watersheds, and that the impact on wild rice. So is that going to be part of your look relative to wild rice? Because I'm not confident we have a real grounding in exactly why we're at today relative to wild rice.
Waterhouse.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. So again, I propose wild rice just as an example species. We would not move forward with a species without the agreement of our advisory committee and following best practices for working on those species. What we would be using to build the model will be historical data. And so it'll have to be coverage of water bodies in Minnesota. And we'll be looking at as many parameters as possible with good coverage for those areas. And it's the model itself that's going to select which variables are important. And so it could be for a given species too, the model will highlight which variables are important. So this is totally just an example, but perhaps precipitation comes out as important. And we'll be able to then discuss those with the advisory group and biologists who are experts on these species.
Representative Lewick, follow up?
No, but yeah, appreciate that. It is very important relative to wild rice so that we fully understand the impact of the man-made changes to the watershed, and that ranges from the entire Mississippi navigable water business that goes all the way up even to the smallest creeks and streams throughout Minnesota. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. I think this is an interesting project, and I actually resonated with Commissioner Lewick's comments as well. You mentioned that you'd be working with regional tribes as if this project is funded, and I would maybe encourage you to consider evaluating subsistence species that have been used or are presently used by regional tribes, and perhaps to choose those species, you could maybe meet with the Minnesota Tribal Environmental Committee or other natural resources agencies within the region to help to refine what that list might look like. But I think this type of work is important as we project ranges of native species in light of changes that we're seeing in the environment. So good luck with this project. Thank you.
Dr. Waterhouse, any comment?
Thank you, Commissioner Moore, for those comments. We had the Minnesota Tribal Environmental Committee on our list of groups that we're hoping to invite as part of the advisory committee or to meet with separately if they prefer. I also just wanted to add, in terms of wild rice, there's also ways that we could take variables outside of the state of Minnesota, especially if it's determined that they're important for the species, and add them into the model. So for wild rice, if that habitat degradation and things that are going on beyond Minnesota are important, there are some creative modeling ways we can take to address those. And again, that would be informed by discussions with the biological experts and the advisory committee. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Waterhouse. We'll move on to the next topic, item 2023-139, assessing status of the common tern populations in Minnesota. University of Minnesota Duluth, Annie Bracey, welcome to the commission.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Annie Bracey, and I am an avian ecologist at the Natural Resources Research Institute in Duluth, Minnesota. And I appreciate the opportunity to present our project, which is assessing the status of common terns in Minnesota. Common terns are a long-distance migratory water bird, and they have been listed as a species of greatest conservation need in Minnesota, as well as a threatened species in the state, which means they could potentially become endangered in the foreseeable future if they aren't assessed and measures are taken. Common terns are colonial species, which means that they congregate in large groups. They rely on coastal and island habitats for breeding. And because of this, of course, they're often breeding in highly urbanized locations, and the impacts from human activities often result in habitat loss and site degradation for this species. Common terns are considered to be indicators of the health of lake systems as well as fish populations, because they almost solely eat fish during the breeding season, and they rely on clear waters for foraging successfully. There are currently 3 active nesting colonies in the state, and that includes nesting colonies in Lake of the Woods, Leech Lake, as well as the Duluth Superior Harbor. Common terns are known to have relatively high breeding site fidelity, which means they'll return to a site year after year. They're a long-lived species. However, if site conditions become degraded and result in consistently poor breeding success, colonies will move. So conservation efforts are intensive for this species management, and they typically focus on achieving high productivity at a specific site, which may overlook some of the more important drivers of long-term population viability. And that can include, productivity and survival at across a breeding range as opposed to just at a specific site. And so because of this, site-based conservation is kind of leading into more regionally focused management. To effectively come up with an effective conservation plan, we are also reliant on statistical modeling of population dynamics. And that requires having standardized collection of long-term monitoring data. And currently, we do not have a standardized monitoring data for this species in the state, and information on breeding success and survival is limited. Although historical monitoring efforts like I said, have been site specific. At this time, it is really important that we develop a more comprehensive and systematic approach to looking at this population, which would be developing a database that houses long-term monitoring data, which will allow us to better assess the population status for this species and to guide future management decisions. We have a lot of the pieces of information that we need, and our project is proposing to enhance the value of the data that has been collected across the state for over 30 years at these sites to varying degrees, and developing a robust monitoring program and providing access to data sharing resources with wildlife managers that can help them inform best management practices, provide conservation and restoration guidance for this species across the state. And so specifically, we propose to identify colony-specific threats at the remaining colonies in Minnesota, identify opportunities to increase productivity, survival, and long-term monitoring efforts. We will develop a standardized monitoring protocol that would be adapted based on resource availability. Of course, that's not always consistent. And then develop an online database where we would house historical and current monitoring data. And it can be archived and maintained and accessed easily, which will obviously promote long-term goals for this species. The need for this project is timely based on what we know about current population trends for this species in the Great Lakes region. And we will work with wildlife managers at each colony to identify actions that can enhance site quality and identify factors that are limiting nest success. Of course, this project focuses statewide conservation efforts in Minnesota for this species, but it will also provide the structure for Minnesota to be a leader in region-wide monitoring, management, and collaboration for this species. And I can talk more about any of those specific things as well. So I appreciate your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Dr. Bracy, when I heard you mention 3 colonies, you missed the one that I'm familiar with and know the people working there, which is Mille Lacs, for commission members. I mean, that they've been doing quite a bit of work there with the common tern population. In fact, I think they've got a artificial island they put out that's floating out there, and otherwise they were nesting the smallest National Wildlife Refuge in the entire system is Mille Lacs and National Wildlife Refuge, which I believe is where the common terns nest. And so I'm going to beat Seth to this punchline because it's the Mille Lacs band of Ojibwe that I work with, and the DNR Commissioner Kelly Applegate, who's been doing some of that work. So I'm just curious, what's the status of that population? Because I'm a big promoter or advocate of this particular project, because as you stated, I mean, the bird is endangered or threatened statewide, I think in all the Great Lakes state, if I'm not mistaken. So could you just add to that a little bit more, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. And I didn't include Mille Lacs specifically because before we put this project together, we met with everyone in the state who's been working on common terns, including Mille Lacs, because of course they've had one of the longest standing colonies in Minnesota. And as you likely know, over the years, there have been various issues with the sites and colonies. I think most recently it was high water levels, and it was dangerous conditions to get out there and monitor. And in the last, I don't know exactly how many years, we did talk to Kelly Applegate as well. He said that the island wasn't sustaining a population, which is why they had put out the artificial pontoons. And so we will plan to work with them, especially with all the data they've collected over the years, and have their input into how this database would be managed, housing their data if they're interested, and developing the protocols. But there, in terms of site visits, there wasn't anything that we could do to visit where they had naturally been nesting for safety concerns. And they said the birds just aren't nesting there now. But of course, that is a huge location that we will plan to work with to get their input as well.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner.
That's what I want to know, Andy, because they've been doing this for 20, 25 years, something like that. So, I mean, obviously you can glean a lot of information as far as, habitat and all of these sorts of things that is obviously quite valuable looking at the other sites, why they are working, if you will. And then when you think about,
Exactly.
hopefully if we get the population to, rebound from these lows we're at, there would be a site they would go back to, or we could reintroduce if we start captive breeding and any of that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure you've answered that well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ditto Bill's comments. Long history with that site in Mille Lacs Lake, and a lot of data that the Mille Lacs Band has amassed over the years. So there's a real gold mine of basic data. It is an extremely small site and remote. You certainly have to take a boat to get there. But those fluctuations of high and low water are a normal thing that occur in the lake over cycles. So that's just part of the environment. I mean, we've seen that, in my lifetime, 3 or 4 huge what are considered to be normal fluctuations in water level. So anyway, we're very interested to see where this goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Bracy. We'll move to our next presentation, number 2023-146, Salvage Wildlife to Inform Environmental Health, Ecology and Education, University of Minnesota Bell Museum. Sushma Reddy, welcome to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sushma Reddy, and I am the curator of birds at the Bell Museum and an associate professor of the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at the University of Minnesota. Joining me off screen is my colleague Keith Barker, also from the Bell Museum and the university. I want to start by thanking you for inviting us to present our proposal today. Our project is entitled Salvage Wildlife to Inform Environmental Health and Ecology Education, but an alternative title could be Using Dead Animals for Science and Conservation. Every day, animals are killed due to natural or human-related causes, such as collisions with windows, power lines, vehicles, etc. These are often thrown away. We propose to use these tragic cases to study the environments of these animals and their ecosystems. In recent years, we have seen the effects of diseases, potential toxins, and population declines that have impacted wildlife and human needs. To be able to address these threats means we need to be informed. Dead animals can tell us a lot about their environments. The dead tell tales. In their bodies are stored information of what they eat, how they move around their habitats, and how they interacted with other animals. The signature of chemicals, toxins, prey, parasites, diseases can be found in different parts of their bodies. And we can use this information to track changes across different species and areas. As human impacts increasingly affect wildlife, knowing how, where, and who is at risk is critical to managing conservation threats. I'm sure you're all familiar with the story of DDT and declining bald eagle populations. About 5 decades ago, scientists figured out the harmful effects of this pesticide by using evidence from bald eagles and other raptors to show very high levels of toxins accumulating in their bodies. But the story was more complicated. High levels of DDT did not necessarily kill the adults, but it was detrimental to their reproductive system and caused thinning of their eggshells. To solve the mystery required evidence from live birds, carcasses, and museum specimens to give us a comparison of conditions before and after the use of DDT. After DDT was banned and its presence eventually decreased in the environment, we witnessed the dramatic recovery of bald eagle populations. And this case really highlights the importance of having baseline data to monitor changes in the ecosystems. How do we know that toxin levels are too high or eggshells are too thin? We can only do this in comparison to other known values. Our proposal is to build a database of species and ecosystem samples across Minnesota to track environmental changes using salvaged animal carcasses and museum archives. This will be valuable to all wildlife monitoring agencies and conservation efforts. Our project has 3 main goals. First, we aim to create a formal network across Minnesota to collect salvaged wildlife. We already have some of these connections and are expanding our reach with statewide organizations such as DNR, wildlife rehab centers, and nature centers. And I want to highlight the novelty of this network. This would be the first in any state to formally establish a system for salvaging wildlife, and Minnesota is well positioned to be a good model. We hope this network will start with dead animals and lead to many other fruitful collaborations. Our second aim is to extract standardized data from each specimen. We aim to take a series of samples that will allow us to screen for parasites and diseases, examine changes in diet or prey, and track environmental contaminants. These samples will be stored in a repository at the Bell Museum and the Science Museum of Minnesota, and they'll be available for researchers now and in the future. Our third aim is to use this project to train students and educate the public on the value of biodiversity specimens. We will use this project to train the next generation of wildlife managers with innovative ways to integrate data. And finally, all of the data associated with this project will be accessible via the Minnesota Biodiversity Atlas, hosted at the Bell Museum and previously supported by LCCMR. In summary, our proposal will benefit the state of Minnesota and its wildlife in three critical ways. It will create a wealth of information from salvaged animals, things that people generally throw away. It will create an invaluable resource of biodiversity samples to be used for research, management, and training. And it will create a unique statewide network of organizations with the shared goals of monitoring wildlife. I want to thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Members, any questions? Dr. Faber, Commissioner Faber.
Of course, Dr. Faber has a question. So Dr. Reddy, I just a prelude is that I have quite extensive experience because I lived in Sweden for 13 years. The Swedish Museum of Natural History has been doing this for 40 years, probably, exactly this type of collection. And so I have a quite extensive knowledge on the species that were used because they did it from European starlings, moose, and these sorts of things. And so I didn't hear you talk about one of the places to collect specimens is from your hunters and trapper people, because they're collecting stuff every year. They get the whole carcasses, they harvest them. This is what the research station I worked at, we collected things from harvested species. You know, the DNR has check stations for different things, collects all sorts of information. That way they have the fur bear registration stations. There's lots of places where you could get that information, and it's very easy to standardize, you know, because you have professionals that collect the different materials that you're going to want and stuff. So I think you should add that to your list of places where you could collect information. This is probably my favorite project of all the projects we've seen, because I think we should have a project like this, you know, and you said this, we might be the first state in the country to do it. I think it's long overdue. So I would strongly encourage you to continue with it. I wish you good luck, and I'd be happy to talk with you about my experiences with such a program if you should get funded. So just some things to think about. Thanks for the presentation.
Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chair and members of the Commission. And thank you, Representative Faber. I agree, it would be a great, valuable set of resources to look into hunting animals as well. We at first thought of looking at a wider group of species. So hunting animals is a very limited scope of species, but I think you're right. You're absolutely right. Including them into our database would be very valuable. And yes, there are a number of institutions that have started to collect this, but not in a systematic way. And so we think that the novelty of our study is that we want to do it more systematically. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Faber. Yep.
Sorry, I just thought you might find it interesting. Two of the important species were European starlings and house sparrows. And in case you may not have known it, they are declining dramatically across the entire European range, including Sweden. And we see here, we have no issue with European starlings and house sparrows. And so if you thought about those particular species, you would be able to make comparisons with, for example, what Sweden has been doing, because they've been doing that for decades. So it's really interesting to see those types of changes with the common invasive species here that's declining all across its native range. So just something to think about too. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Thank you for this project and for this presentation. I appreciate Commissioner Faber's remarks and agree with those as well. I too think this is one of the more important projects that has been proposed for this year, and I'm fully supportive of it. And I don't need to remind you to work with the tribes, because it's my understanding you've already reached out to many of the tribes about this work. So thank you for that, and good luck with your proposal.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Just quickly, we talked about the animals that are hunted or fished. What about roadkills? I know sometimes they're in a situation where they are having problems. You talked about rehab centers. Conservation officers, are you dealing with them? They pick up a lot of roadkill as well, and other species. So, and I wanted to know about that and your archives. I know the Bell Museum has a very extensive archive of wildlife. Are you going to do some compare and contrast with that? Thank you.
Dr. Reddy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and thank you, Representative Gibson, for that amazing question. That is exactly what we want to do. So when I say salvaged animals, it's very much a euphemism for anything that we can find that has died and is found. Often we don't find them because they're being eaten by other animals or in places that humans don't normally go. But roadkill would be very, very useful in this study, and we will incorporate that. One thing I should just clarify is that, you know, it's currently illegal for the average citizen to go out and pick up many animals, especially like things like migratory birds. It's illegal for them to pick it up. But if they can bring it to a nature center or a rehab center that have the proper permits to salvage wildlife, then these samples can be used. And so we're working with a number of organizations, including DNR and conservation organizations and nature centers that have the permits to be able to collect these samples and be able to store them until we can bring them into the repositories at the Bell Museum. And you're exactly right. We intend to make comparisons between what we have already in the Bell Museum collections and what we will be getting in the future. The Bell Museum in recent decades has also been part of projects such as BirdSafe Minnesota, which has been tracking the number of window collisions across the Twin Cities areas. And this is also a great resource in terms of thinking about a vast number of species that we have information to create this baseline database. So yes, we're going to do all of those things. And I hope that addresses all of the questions you had.
Any follow-up? Dr. Reddy, I have a question about the DNR, and I believe the Center for Prion Research at the U have been working on the roadkill deer for chronic wasting disease, and just wondering, because I think they've actually found CWD in salvage deer, how you're integrating with them, and if you will be looking for chronic wasting disease with the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, for the question. We currently are not thinking about including deer just because the DNR is already dealing with deer samples very effectively. And so I think we'll coordinate with the DNR to make sure that any samples that we might access. And to be honest, I think most of those samples would come to us from the DNR, so they would only be giving us samples that they were not using for other purposes. So we will definitely coordinate with the DNR, and we've made connections with several DNR offices that have reached out to us with some of these salvage specimens and with potential projects and ideas to follow up with. So we're excited for that.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Next up, proposal 2023-026, wind, wave, and boating impacts on inland lakes, St. Anthony Falls Laboratory. Jeffrey Marr, welcome to the commission, and state your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the invitation to present today. My name is Jeff Marr. I'm a hydraulic engineer and serve as the Associate Director of Engineering at the St. Anthony Falls Laboratory. And we're excited to be here representing my very talented team. Our proposed project focuses on studying new generations of recreational boats and the impacts they have on our inland lakes. Wake surf boats in particular have been growing in use And when operated under surfing conditions, these boats are operated exactly within the transition to hydroplaning, which requires tremendous engine power and results in powerful wake waves. And we also know that the weight and power of non-wake surf boats is increasing across the state. So the takeaway for you all is that in Minnesota, we are in the midst of major changes in the power and the modes of use of recreational boats on our waters. And it's important to begin studying the impacts. So what is the background and motivation for our project? In the fall of 2019, staff began receiving many phone calls from citizens and management organizations requesting the university engage in the topic of boating impacts. The requests were consistently about a need for unbiased research data. To respond, we launched a crowdfunding campaign in spring of 2020, and this funding supported a phase 1 field campaign and publication of a report that we published in February of this past year, and which documented the larger and more powerful waves produced by wake surf boats. Now we're currently raising funds for a second phase of research that will start next month, and this will focus not on boat waves, but on the velocities and depth of propeller wash produced by both wake surf and non-wake surf boats. And I provide this background information because it sets the stage for what we've proposed here. And I also share it so the commission has a perspective of the tremendous statewide interest in this topic and the financial contributions made by, at this point, over 250 organizations and individuals to support research. In the first 2 projects, we sought to measure the energy really introduced into the lakes by these boats, but we didn't have the resources to connect the energy of waves and prop wash to environmental impacts. The funding for this project will allow us to make these important connections. So it's a 3-year project. In the first year, we will focus on the topic of propeller wash. All motor boats produce propeller wash, but we hypothesize the prop wash from surf boats is unique for several reasons. The first is that wake boats are very heavy and they're designed to plow water with their hulls at slow speeds. 400 to 600 horsepower engines drive props that produce the tremendous thrust required to plow these heavy boats through the water. This thrust characteristics are likely significantly more powerful than lighter boats that are operating on plane. Second, during surfing condition, a wake surf boat's bow is really high in the air and the stern is low in the water. And that results in the prop wash jet being directed at a sharper angle towards the bottom of the lake and into the water column, much more so than boats operating on plane. So in our study, we will examine prop wash. And prop wash produced by both wake surf and non-wake surf boats operating at various speeds and in different water depths. We'll use acoustic-based velocity sensors on the bottom of the lake to record these velocities. And we'll also perform a really detailed water sampling campaign to look at the amount and composition of material that's resuspended. Okay, so in the second 2 and third years of the project, we're going to move away from prop wash and focus on waves in the near shore zone. We will select study shorelines of both the metro area lake and in outstate Minnesota, and these will be surveyed and instrumented with water quality sensors, weather stations, and velocity sensors. And our plan is that over 2 summers, we'll document first the wind wave activity and link wind waves to changes in water quality. And then second, we want to subject these shorelines to boat-generated waves, also collecting data on water quality and any changes observed. I'm happy to talk more about the details of the research, but if I want to conclude with some of the outcomes. We believe the research that we're targeting here really targets the needs of the state and what we've heard from stakeholders. So one of the first things we want to produce is a report summarizing prop wash characteristics of recreational boats and measured impacts. The minimum depth of operation for wake surf boats is one of the biggest questions stakeholders have right now, and it will be addressed in this report. We are often asked about wind waves, and we're asked, how large wind waves differ from boat-generated waves, and which have more impact on lakes. We think the research we're going to conduct here will be able to produce a report that can serve as a primer on the basic aspects of wind waves, boat-generated waves, and how they differ. And so I think this report will also address that need. Third, we'll produce a comprehensive final report from the work, and our plan will be to present this intensively across the state and the country, actually. So I'll pause there and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a really interesting project, and I've been to St. Anthony. I've seen your wave machine there. I'm just trying to envision where we go with this data. Is one goal to say, let's keep these larger boats away from shore because it's going to create this much erosion or this much pollution? And then, of course, we're going to have to go on to the legislative side to get some results from the research. So is your vision to do something like that, to decide which boats are better at which distances and for water quality and erosion? Thank you.
Dr. Marr.
Mr. Chair, members, thanks for this great question. It goes right to the heart of the challenge here. Here's how I answer this question. We have a very distinct role at the University of Minnesota, and it is not making policy. Our role is to generate robust data that can be trusted, that is publicly accessible, and it communicates to a range of stakeholders. So we can publish to journals, academic journals, but we can also publish to citizen group stakeholders. That's our primary role. So we don't have any intention of, and have really no position on the value of wake surf boats, whether they should be limited, etc. We do think our data in our first report that came out in February is useful and serves as a guidance for how far wake surf boats should stay away from shorelines as compared to typical recreational boats in Minnesota, for example. I think in terms of the prop wash, our data will also be useful for people to set limits on depths for operation of wake surf boats or other boats that have powerful prop wash. So the answer to the question is we're not going to take positions and set policy. We're going to provide data so that you all in the legislature can have information that you can trust and make those decisions. The final thing I'll say is I guess an opinion that I have is every lake is different. There's a range of sizes and depths, and I think these are questions that need to be answered very locally. Thank you.
Olive, Commissioner.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if people are mowing the lawns next to me, if you hear that. So I'll just make this quick. So your research is going to give data on depth of lakes, the size of wakes, and the impact on the erosion and the water quality. And that will be good data for perhaps legislators to use in doing some of these regulations. Am I correct? I know you don't make policy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Yes, thank you. What we will produce, imagine, we envision a table that says a boat of a certain length, a wake surf boat of a certain weight operating this way will likely produce, its prop wash will go a certain depth into the water. That will be useful information. If somebody has a lake that's shallower than that, then they might think about setting some guidances. We will also, what this funding allows us to do though is bring in the environmental impact. What changes do we see in nutrient levels? What changes do we see total suspended solids that are mixed by the prop wash? Thank you.
Okay, we got three additional, Commissioner Peichel, then Faber, and then Snyder. So Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Marr, for your presentation. I heard you just mention right now total suspended solids. What environmental metrics are you looking to evaluate in this project? And I'll reserve for a follow-up when you're done.
Dr. Marr.
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for the questions. Environmental, I'll tell you what, for prop wash, we're interested in the temperature stratification in the lake. We're interested in capturing water samples and looking at total suspended solids, and then looking at those solids for how many are, what's organic and what isn't. We also intend to look at nutrients, phosphorus in particular. I would say those are the top of the list for us. As we get into the nearshore environment, I would say there's similar metrics. I think we also want to start looking at aquatic vegetation impacts. But some of these topics are quite involved. To be open with you, there's no way we can cover it all in a 3-year project looking at environmental impacts in a nearshore zone. But hopefully that answers some of your question. Thank you.
Commissioner Pickel.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the vegetative impacts particularly would be very interesting, but I know that'll be challenging to do apart from the mechanical disruption that occurs. I'm glad to hear you're mentioning temperature. That was one of my concerns with this. My last question is about seasonality and how much of this project is going to be performed during the summer for high boating season versus the turnover seasons to reflect the differences in wind production and shifts in the lake thermocline and the shoreline impacts. Thanks.
Dr. Meyer.
Mr. Chair, members, we have not set the schedule for when the field campaign. I can tell you from the first 2 projects, our Prop Wash study tends to benefit from working in the fall after Labor Day when boat activity is settled. We want to be out on the water when there is low boat activity. The second 2-year project, second 2 years looking at nearshore zone, the intent there is to look over the whole open water season as soon as we can get in the water and into the fall.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Marr, I think I probably know the answer to this question, but have you approached industry, that is the makers of these wakeboard boats, for any contribution on their part? And my background to that is, I'm guessing it's probably no, but I would think that they have a vested interest. I would be remorse if I didn't express my frustration being the president of our property owner association for the last 20 years. And 10% of all the watercraft on our lake that are stationed here, not because we just did a count around the lake, 10%, 60 boats out of 600 are these big boats. They cost $100,000 to $120,000 each. It's like they build them. If it's going to create these major issues, which it is, especially in these high water years, they have no really responsibility. And that bothers the heck out of me. 100 to 120 grand off the get-go. And then who has to pay for it? We got to use these types of monies to study to find out they're not good for the lake in the long run and stuff. So have you approached industry? Is there any discussions with anybody there? Or maybe they don't even care?
Dr. Marr.
Mr. Chair, members, a great question. I've had a number of conversations with industry members over the years, and we did have contribution from marinas, maybe not some of the large national groups, but contributing to our campaign. So we have, I think we keep that door open, and at the same time really are trying to stay isolated in some way. So we're not trying to tie in with lake associations, and we're not trying in with industry. We are University of Minnesota. Essentially, everybody's our friend and nobody's our friend. Sometimes I say. Thank you.
I agree. Just quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree totally, because otherwise it would be like studying climate change and you've got ExxonMobil paying the tab, and then people are going to look at the results of the ski. So I agree with that, but I'm glad that you at least approach them so they understand there's a lot of concern out on the lake landscape right now with this stuff. So thanks, Dr. Mark.
Commissioner Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Marr. One of the things that appealed to me about this project was just the amount of interest and the number of phone calls you all took. So I'm just curious if there's going to be any sort of like citizen science, or is there a way that some of these, lakeside owners are getting involved in the project?
Mark.
Mr. Chair, members, great question. In this recent funding round, we've really set up almost a memorandum of understanding where we really want to have input and feedback in the early stage. But once we start in on our research, this is a U of M design project and we collect the data. It's all in that same conversation we just had about keeping things really pure here, because it's a contentious issue. And so I will say in terms of citizen science, we have another program under this where we're trying to develop a wave monitoring mast, a very cost-effective wave monitoring mast. We have one of these deployed right now out in Bemidji, Minnesota. The hope is in a few years, we can develop a citizen science network of wave monitors that people can put out in front of their marina or shoreline to collect data. So that's kind of how we're thinking to bring in the citizen connection. Great question.
I'm going to let a little more discussion on this because it's such high interest. So Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing one comment. First, a comment. Many of the larger lakes in Minnesota are adjacent to Indian reservations. Tribal Natural Resources departments do a lot of work on water quality, and I'm curious if you've considered collaborating with them in this research. A science question I have for you is: have you considered, vessel density on these lakes as one of the variables that you're looking at with wave damage and prop wash damage?
Dr. Marr.
Mr. Chair, members, great question. On the first one, we have not approached Native communities in Minnesota, and we should do that. And so I'll take your comment and follow up. Thank you. Density is a great question. I would answer it in terms of really comes down to the number of repeat passes a boat makes. And so in our study that we'll do this summer, our intent is to do up to 6 passes in a single transect measuring water quality after most of those passes to kind of map water quality changes per pass in a way. But it is a great question. It's a balance of lake size and how many boats and how many can we accommodate. That really isn't the focus of our study here, but it is absolutely a question that comes in the next few steps, is how do we think about shared use on these resources, Minnesota's amazing natural resources, and how do we provide that access for everybody? Great question. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
And Dr. Marr, I want to just follow up on the firewall with research. I think it's very important with academic freedom that you do not have any entanglements that come from interest groups into the research. And this is such a hot topic at the university or at the legislature that pure unbiased research is exactly what we need, without any question about where funding comes from. And I think that's where the Environmental Trust Fund can come in, is that it provides that without having any questions about the perception of funding coming from either big boat or other interests. So stay strong. Hopefully we look forward to, if this is funded, to the research, because having that is very, very important. Senator Westrom, I'll go to you, and then I'm going to turn the gavel over to Co-Chair Gibson right after Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Martin, I just guess to the question you asked, a little the same, but sounds to me like there's almost a pre-drawn conclusion that the big boats are the big problem. And is there any chance that that's not the case? And how can you go into the research if you've got that bias all up front? And let me just give you a little backdrop. So many people I've talked to already this summer, with the winds that we have had in May and June out here in western Minnesota, the wave action day after day after day after day after day has probably caused more harm to folks that I've talked with. And so how are you going to prevent that bias? And what's an alternative conclusion that you could see the study coming up with, if it in fact is objective already, and maybe the boats are just a small part of it, but the high water we had in western Minnesota, and probably on most lakes in the state this year, is near high levels in many areas of western Minnesota, on top of near low levels last summer. So it's been quite a dichotomy, but the wind has been so incredible this year that with the high water and the wind, people have really noticed their own lakeshore changes. And so I just am a little concerned that this is going into a biased conclusion, and sounds like your target is the big boat.
Wait 2 more minutes to allow.
Any thought or response to that? I guess I just raise it. Representative Hansen raised it kind of being objective, but I'm not sure I'm hearing that exactly in the presentation.
Dr. Marr, and then if co-chair Gibson could take the gavel.
Great. Thanks, Chair Hansen, or Chair and members. This is a great question. It's a fair question, and I apologize if I presented a bias here. That is not the intent, and it's not true. How do we? So there's two things here: wind waves and bias. Here's how we approach it. We really do try to structure a research plan that that just looks at the data. How we're going to deal with this is we select a range of boats. Some are wake surf boats, but some are typical boats found in Minnesota that are comparable to the wake surf boat that we picked in terms of its length, for example. And we drive all of those boats under identical conditions in the same place on the lake, and we make our measurements. And we then let the data speak for itself. So in that way, you're operating these boats as they would be operated on the lake. Everything else, you try to hold all those variables the same, and we look at the data. And on the back end of this, we put our publication through review. We share the data out to anybody that wants to download it in our methods. And beyond that, it's, that's the process that's followed in academia, and that we'll implement here. In terms of wind waves is a really complicated problem or issue, and your points are really great. High water, sustained winds, they do have impact. But how do those differ from really large boat waves that are 2 to 3 times bigger, that have longer wavelengths and more water moving? So we want to, that's where we'll tease that apart in this study. LCCMR has funded some work on inland lakes with my colleague Bill Herb and team in this last cycle, a couple cycles ago, and we'll use that work as well as some of this work to get at some of those wind wave. But just to conclude, I hope that you can trust that we'll be, we feel proud to be at University of Minnesota, where we have a really high, strong reputation for quality work. That's what we're implementing here. And we will not be biased in our work.
Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair?
Thank you. Senator Western.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up. So
Yeah,
will lake height, water height be a part of the study? Because you take the levels that most lakes were at in Minnesota last August, and I've got to believe it'd be less impact than the level they were at on June 1st this year. Will that be part of your study and measured also the higher and lower levels on lakes when we go through water cycle?
Dr. Marr.
Madam Chair, members, water height was not going to be especially part of the Prop Wash study, but I could see it being part of the nearshore environment. So if we're monitoring over 2 years and we see a change in water height and how that water height impacts shoreline, we know, you often see in metro area lakes, high water, they'll put no wake bans out on those lakes because now the water's overtopping riprap and shoreline. So absolutely, water level has an impact. To be open with you, we haven't gotten to that point in the design of those second 2 years of the study, but it's a fine question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marr. Interesting project. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, commission members, we are going on to project number 2023 at 222. It's in the category AH, and it's John Duplessis, integrating remotely sensed data with traditional forest inventory. And are you there?
Good morning, Chair Gibson. Good morning, board members. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you and welcome. Please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So again, first allow me to thank you, the board and the commissioners for inviting me to present today on this project. Again, my name is John Duplessis. I'm the Forest and Lands Research Group Manager at the University of Minnesota Duluth's Natural Resources Research Institute. And the project I'm presenting on is a proposal to look at the ability to integrate remotely sensed data with traditional forest inventory data collection. So old saying, but true, good decisions require good data. The state's current effort to collect stand level data with their LiDAR collection provides us with a new opportunity to understand structure and diversity of Minnesota forests at the stand level. When I say stand level, I mean groupings of tree species that are of similar age. So probably the most finest granularity within the data that we can actually access. Our current inventory-based system is an area-based system. The U.S. Forest Service Forest Inventory Analysis Unit samples approximately 3,000 acres of forest land across Minnesota every 5 years. And they extrapolate that collection on those 3,000 acres to estimate forest land cover and various different statistics across the remaining 17 million acres of forest land in the state. Similarly, public agencies, counties, state, tribal agencies, school trust lands, the public lands, they also collect data from their forest lands on a regular basis. A recent review of the Minnesota DNR's forest inventory management system showed that the median age of the last time a forest stand was visited was 21 years. So there's this combination of the limitation of being able to collect data, and not just to collect data, but to collect it on a regular basis. And the opportunity now that LiDAR provides us to get at some of these very granular, this stand level data, and to look at that and to use that to estimate some of these stand summary statistics that are useful for forest management, well, to resource managers across the board. So the goal of this proposal is to evaluate the ability of LiDAR to accurately describe a forest stand, to revise existing growth and yield models to better estimate those stand summary statistics, and to evaluate whether growth and yield models can accurately describe those stand summary statistics where we don't have LiDAR data, so that we can update those, update the data that we do have on these stands to more current and more highly accurate estimate. So the Natural Resources Research Institute, we've developed a stand distribution and stem value models to improve our prediction estimates of above ground and below ground biomass, sequestered carbon, merchantable timber volume, as well as qualitative and quantitative descriptors of economically and ecologically important forest types across the state. We believe that these models can be leveraged with the inventory data that's currently being collected by the Minnesota DNR's Forest Resource Assessment Program, as well as the additional sampling, the PBI plots that are being collected as well with the LiDAR data collection, that we can use these to improve prediction of important forest resource measurements that can be used, again, widely by resource managers across the state. The proposed outcomes really of this are to estimate or evaluate that ability of that high density LiDAR that's being collected to provide us with this unique opportunity to calibrate models, to estimate down to these stand level forest metrics, especially on these co-located derived plots, to test the growth models, and then to go out, model it, and evaluate how close to the models actually estimate these areas of the state where we don't have those LiDAR collected data. Really, at the end of the day, what we're talking about is this ability to provide an accurate stand level map with summaries of key statistics that would provide natural resource managers with a more complete picture of the mosaic of forests across the landscape, providing them with greater ability to accurately apply models to evaluate ecosystem services like wildlife habitat suitability indices, stream flow or carbon sequestration, The stand level information provides us with that ability to evaluate stand level growth, potential harvest volumes, and estimate yields through time. So I will stop there and welcome any questions you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right on time. Are there questions from commission members? Yes, Commissioner Moore, I think you were first.
Thank you for this. Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you for this presentation. I am very supportive of this work. I just want to help to convince commissioners that there is an enormous gap between stand level data and remotely sensed data. And this project really aims to fill that gap. It's absolutely vital in forestry management. And this gap has been present, goodness, for decades, since remotely sensed data has been collected. So I'm very supportive of this, and good luck with your work.
Okay. Did you have a question or just compliments?
My comment will be the same comment that I make with most presenters, is to consider working with the tribes. Tribes have very good forestry data, good stand inventory data, very active forestry management programs, and this may be a good opportunity to get a nice data set.
Thank you. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your presentation. I previously worked with the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm familiar with the folks that do FIA, and so their work is very valuable. And I recognize that as a commission, we funded work on expanding data access for LiDAR and use of, I don't know, I don't understand it, but it was some kind of polar satellite measurement thing and access to data. So really great work. I love how this is going to fill gaps. I'm trying to place where it is in the scale of things, because I know that we had a presentation, I think, from your sister institution in the Twin Cities, as 2023-066, where they were looking to do LiDAR for, I believe it was to help with carbon storage. And theirs was a very tight, it was a tightly focused project on just carbon storage, but it was also stand level, as I understood it, for landscape implications as well as landowner benefit. I'm wondering if you have intent for your data fill-in and expansion of inventory data to have that landowner level benefit, or if you're really looking at it at the landscape level for, tribe, cooperative, or state level consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Duplessis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you, Commissioner Peichel. So it's a great question. And I think there's two answers that I need to provide. So Dr. Zobel, as well as individuals with the U.S. Forest Service, as well as Minnesota DNR Resource Assessment, we have been in discussions probably for a year now of how we can better collaborate and work together, how we each take that piece of the pie that we do best and collaborate. And so I'm actually one of the collaborators. I'm a very small piece of Dr. Zobel's proposal, but we will be bringing that piece. And then to kind of that second piece of the question, we're somewhat unique in the way we're doing this because I am looking at that most granular piece. What is a stand? And so a forest ownership by an individual, maybe 40 acres, and across that 40 acres, they may have 5 different forest types. So again, aspen, that's 60 years old, red pine, that's 20 years old. And we're really breaking those down into those individual units to try and get a better idea of what they are. And so where we really differ, or where this differs strongly in terms of methodologies, and I'm really getting you a look under the hood here, is that there are excellent models that exist out there. They're great, but they require a stand level evaluation, going in, collecting plots. Depending on how variable the stand is, that can be anywhere from $100 to $500 just to do that. The goal is to see whether we can get that same level of information that might cost a private landowner $500 to get an inventory so they can enroll in a carbon market, whether we're going to be able to do that with this LiDAR data collection and by simple modeling. And again, the models themselves are very complex, but the reality is the model we've developed here at NRI is to take that stand summary data, utilizing all this data that's been collected by FIA and some of these other groups, to develop these models to give us this really granular look. And to Commissioner Moore's comment, so thank you very much for that. One of the key things within this, no one's asked yet, and I'll volunteer this, is always this kind of granular data is a benefit as well as dangerous. People may not be interested in having this data available to just anyone. And so this concept of working with the individual landowners, whether that's tribal, Minnesota DNR, counties, Office of School Trust lands, to do an evaluation of those lands would very much be based on that request from them. This project will focus on state lands more than likely, but very much I'd like to include school trust lands as well as county lands when we do these models and evaluations and estimate how these, or estimate or evaluate the accuracy of the predictions we come up with.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Peichel, was that a follow-up? Is your hand still up?
Yes, it's a follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So I heard you mention that the data would be at the stand level, so the landowner could potentially use this to understand their ownership or their plot portions if they're managing for different objectives.
Correct.
Recognizing that, is there intent to integrate the standard of data so that with like NRCS, TSP requirements, the technical support providers, or I forget if that's the correct acronym, but you know what I'm talking about. Yes. The NRCS person who gets you the government money to manage your timber stand, are the data going to be sufficient to meet the threshold? Or are you still going to have a forester out there with the prism doing stem count and valuation in order to get your improvement work funded, basically? Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like your cat is adding comment as well. All right.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioner Peichel. Short answer is yes. There's always some difficulties. And again, this gets very much into the weeds of what's required for federal funding is that any stewardship plan meets NEPA requirements. So the ability for a project like this, the way I try to frame it is through a process like this, someone can get a very good sense of what's there. It helps them prepare to go out and perform that level. It should decrease the cost immensely. One of the problems you often have with determining how many plots you need to put in is what's the actual variability of the stands you're dealing with. So it gives them that ability right off the bat to go in, and they don't have to take test samples. They don't have to determine the variability. That data would exist through this data set. Now they can just take the number of plots required for participation in whatever program that is. And again, if the models test out really well and we get to a point of accurate assessment, we're very hopeful that we would be able to just say, this is our level of accuracy. We'll provide you with this. This will be enough.
Okay. Follow up?
No, thanks, Madam Chair. That takes care of my data assurance question.
All right. Your cat is silent, so. All right. Commissioner Moore.
Just one follow-up, more technical question. A lot of the data sets currently, both remotely collected and the FIA stand inventory data, do not really measure browse species or forage species well. Many of the management agencies are interested in promoting forage for species like moose, including our agency. Do you anticipate the relationships that you build using LiDAR data to be able to work with forage species or browse species or understory? Because that too is grossly underrepresented in science right now.
Mr. Duplessis?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioner Moore. So the short answer is yes. One of the real values of LiDAR is its ability to kind of estimate what that understory looks like. One of the things we've been looking at here, I'm sure some of you are familiar with Dr. Michael Joyce and Dr. Ron Moen here at the NRI, is we're looking currently at some of the ability, for instance, of LiDAR to evaluate or estimate coarse woody debris in the understory as well. So So the short answer is very much yes. As we start looking into these data, as we start looking into what LiDAR can provide us, as we start looking at how that matches up with the understory data that we can collect, and then build those models and then make those estimates of what's available, what's there. And again, right, that what are those habitat suitability indices? How do they look? How do they evaluate it? And how do we integrate those data needs into the data collections and model estimates?
Thanks. No further questions.
Right on time again. Okay.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, commission members, we are on to, we're in category BH 004, and it's ditching delinquent ditches, optimizing wetland restoration. And it's Andrew Wickert, excuse me. And it looks like he's here. There you go. Thank you and welcome to the commission.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission. So my name for the record is Andrew Wickert, and I am an assistant professor at the University of Minnesota in the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences, as well as at the St. Anthony Falls Laboratory, just like Dr. Marr, whom we just heard. So my goal today is to share with you our plan to evaluate wetland restoration potential across the state of Minnesota via selective and scientifically informed agricultural ditch removal. The existence of agricultural ditches dug across the state of Minnesota since the mid-1800s has always been a bit of a trade-off, and we seek to make this an informed one. On one hand, by ditching and draining the landscape, Minnesotans extended the growing season and increased crop yields. These lands support our farmers and our agricultural economy, and these same farmers are in turn responsible for feeding an outsized fraction of our world. On the other hand, these ditches remove wetlands, which leads to three key consequences. First, we deplete these ecosystems and the wildlife as well as the recreation that they support. Second, we lower groundwater tables and therefore reduce our water resource insurance against drought. And third, by bypassing wetlands, we increase flood peaks in rivers. And so these competing beneficial land uses inspired a question: might some of our agricultural ditches be harming the environment more than they're helping our farms and other infrastructure? Tim Cowdery, who's a hydrogeologist at the U.S. Geological Survey and one of our project partners, worked with Nature Conservancy at Glacier Ridge in northwestern Minnesota. And since the year 2000, they infilled 95 miles of ditches. And this helped to restore substantial ecosystem services, as well as groundwater and surface water storage, and substantially diminish the flood hazard there, which is important because that's up in the Red River Basin. So, of course, not every drainage ditch installed since 1850 is still serving its built purpose, although a substantial fraction are. And also, of course, a 20-year project in every watershed is a huge expense and a long time to wait. So fortunately, I recently led a small research team, including Dr. Richard Barnes and Dr. Carrie Callahan, who are also partners on this proposal, in developing a new method to extract the structure of lakes and wetlands from topographic data. So this approach allows us to reduce the over 100 billion individual data points that make up the whole statewide 1 meter LiDAR topography into a manageable network of linked lake and wetland basins, along with the streams and ditches that connect them. And so using this, we can digitally infill ditches and watch how wetlands would expand should we choose to remove a single one. And we'll map both the benefits of this, so the wetland restoration, the groundwater table rise, as well as the potential detriments, so reductions in agricultural land and possible impacts of that groundwater table rise on infrastructure. If we're funded, Dr. Hima Hassanrut-Gudapati will undertake the topographic analysis and provide these final data products. She is a postdoctoral research scientist working at the University of Minnesota, following her undergraduate at Caltech and PhD at Austin, and in Austin, Texas, that is. And she's an expert in high resolution topographic analysis, lowland environments, and floodplains. And so through this work, we're going to provide three main deliverables to the state. And the first, which I haven't actually explicitly stated so far, is a cross-platform GIS interface to our method of analyzing lake and wetland basins. In Minnesota, we currently analyze hydrology using methods which are standardized across the globe, but were actually designed for mountainous regions. These follow river pathways, but essentially digitally fill every single lake and wetland, which are in fact some of the more critical zones in Minnesota's landscape. Our method includes these explicitly in these networks, and in a way that nothing has done before. And so what this means is that this is the way that we can use a computer tool to look at Minnesota's hydrology as actually Minnesota's. And so Dr. Hansen Rukudapati and our team will build plugins for QGIS, ArcGIS, and GrassGIS, the 3 major geospatial software packages, to run this code, and that will permit stakeholders and land managers without programming experience to be able to use it. The second piece is the statewide study that I mentioned of ditch removal, and our results in terms of both positive and negative impacts will be stored in easily accessible data table and GIS formats on the University of Minnesota servers at the St. Anthony Falls Laboratory and the digital repository for the university. And finally, we'll build a story map that describes the steps that we take and our primary findings. We'll link the story map to the data sets in order to provide a straightforward context and access point for stakeholders, decision makers, and natural resource managers. So to summarize, through the work that we propose, we aim to create a scientific basis for decisions surrounding wetland restoration projects, and we'll openly share data, tools, and processes, and thereby enabling communities and policymakers to take more informed action on wetland restoration. So thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission. Looking forward to your questions.
Good. Thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Wickert. I love this project. I think it's fantastic. I have only 2 concerns. First, it sounds like you're not going to be having a data set that's released to the public, essentially, of the analysis of the 1 meter LiDAR or DEM data, that you're just going to have the tool available to the public. So there wouldn't be potential privacy concerns or anything like that related to the project. Is that correct?
Mr. Becker?
And I do apologize, Commissioner Peichel. I intend to release all of the data to the public. They're all based on publicly available topographic data across the state. And so the baseline data of the hydrological network, which is similar to hydrological data that already exists for Minnesota, except in this case, connected into the different volumes and the ways that the lakes tie into each other and the ditches will be included. And those data will in fact be critical for stakeholders to be able to use what we do, what we produce. And the idea is that they'll be able to take our GIS data and look, for example, at which particular zones are really the critical points where someone could make a change that impacts wetlands in a bigger way, or where someone could decide to fill in a ditch, but that would actually flood several farms and a road, which is something that we don't want to do. So it's intended as a full data release and decision-making tool. And hopefully, because it's based entirely on already open data products, those privacy issues will not be such a big thing.
Commissioner Peichel, follow up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my concern with that is just the integration of data. So the individual data pieces themselves are not necessarily producing privacy concerns, but the analysis and collection of data can potentially lead to, my biggest concern is just regulatory issues that we start to make, there's a risk, I think, of associating ENRTF with a future regulatory product. And so I have a little bit of concern there. Obviously, that's minor compared to the benefits that come from a project like this. My follow-up question is actually about the geological regimes within the state. Are you going to customize this tool for the, depending on how you count it, 4 or more geologic regimes that exist to define the soil and alter essentially the surface hydrology and the subsurface aquifers for the different parts of the state?
Mr. Wickert?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioner Peichel. So thank you first for the comment on these different privacy and regulatory issues. And so just to quickly answer that, my answer would be the same as Dr. Mars, which is that we're trying our best to produce quality data on which decisions can be made. Although it sounds like from your comments that this is actually something that, if funded, we should consider and discuss perhaps more at length in terms of how we can best release these in ways that are most impartial and also most fair to different landowners and stakeholders. So thank you for that. In response to the second question, in fact, my background is in geology, and I teach both the glacial geology and geomorphology classes at the U, so I'm quite familiar with these different provinces. What those primarily do, for anyone who isn't familiar with this, is set the hydraulic conductivity, so how easily water flows through the subsurface. and that sets how far the water table is affected out from one of these ditches. And those data exist from across the state. My colleague Harvey Thorlifson at the Minnesota Survey has been working to compile that with his team there. And that's in fact something that Dr. Callahan, who's one of the project partners, has been working on extensively in coupling these ways of linking different lake basins together and efficiently with a water table model that she's actually currently running at the global scale, but at kilometer resolution. So that means that hopefully we could run it at a Minnesota catchment scale at meter resolution. So thank you very much for that question, Commissioner Pike.
Okay. Seeing no more questions from commission members, I'm going to thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, up next is category CH. It's project number 167. Dr. Victoria Hall, reducing biophobia and fostering environmental stewardship in underserved schools.
Thank you very much, Chair Gibson.
Yes, thank
I
you.
would like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to present today. So my name is Victoria Hall, and I'm faculty at the College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Minnesota and serve as the director of the Raptor Center. The proposal that I'll talk about today is to deliver over 240 innovative, interactive, STEM-based education programs to 80 underserved schools across the state of Minnesota, reaching over 2,000 students. The aim of this program is to foster long-lasting environmental stewardship and literacy in Minnesota youth that would not otherwise have access to such programming. Because sadly, we are facing an ever-growing amount of biophobia in our community. Biophobia, it's the fear or the avulsion to the natural world. And when you fear something, you don't protect it or steward it or see the benefits in it. Nationally, there's a growing amount of fear in youth about nature. And studies, unfortunately, have shown that this fear increases disproportionately in underserved communities. The way that we combat this fear, this biophobia, is to intentionally expose our youth to diverse and direct experiences with nature. We also know that although environmental concepts are directly embedded in Minnesota science standards, unfortunately, not all schools have equal access to these effective tools to provide engagement experiences, to foster commitment to conservation in the natural world. For over 40 years, the Raptor Center has been igniting curiosity and excitement about the natural world through the use of our live education ambassador birds. Eagles, hawks, owls, falcons, vultures, all birds that students and their families and their communities can find right outside their doors here in the state of Minnesota. Over time and through the previous support of the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund, we have built up highly effective environmental education curriculum. And through this proposal, we seek to integrate it into school curriculums in new and exciting ways. Previous support from the Trust Fund identified the needs and structure for what we propose now. For this project, first, we propose to start with creating an effective online web-based resource that brings together exciting and engaging existing extension activities that teachers can download and use, both before we come into their classroom and then use after each classroom visit so that they can further amplify the impact of our in-person visits. Second, we dive deep into the literature and lessons of what's already been learned by our peers on the best approach to driving out fear of nature, developing empathy in students while teaching important STEM-based topics. Our nation has not found the magic answer to this, but we can look to what approaches have and have not worked and make sure they are incorporated into what we're doing next. Most importantly, though, we'll develop strategies on how to measure the impact of this type of education programming, how to measure the impact on students so we can constantly evaluate the programs we give, and how we can give them, get more and more effective with every classroom that we join. Third, delivering programs. There is nothing we love more at the Raptor Center than to join classrooms, bringing along our very important bird team members to help support teachers, excite kids, and teach those very important STEM concepts. We talk about the world that we all together share, birds and humans alike. In order to unpack complex science topics and dive deeply into the natural world, we know from previous feedback from teachers and students that one single classroom visit is not enough. In this project, we propose to visit each classroom, not just once or twice, but a minimum of 3 times, delivering in total over 240 programs in 80 schools. This programming will then be able to build upon itself. So we're not just transmitting facts, but we're challenging students to think critically about the natural world and the role they play in it. We will identify schools for this project by using free lunch percent as a metric and focus on 56 Twin Cities area schools and 24 outstate Minnesota schools that have student populations where 50% or more are eligible for free lunches. We aim to engage the diverse and changing demographics in our state and impact the students that hold the environment's future in their hands. This proposal will leverage our extensive network with schools across the state of Minnesota, north to south, east to west, as we work on expanding access to exciting, engaging programming to students who would not otherwise have the opportunity. Thank you so much for the consideration of this proposal as we work to protect the future of the environment by investing in our students here in the great state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Before we get started with questions, I want to apologize. I skipped the project in front of you. I guess I need new readers. So many of you have pointed that out to me. So I apologize. We'll get to Mr. Gilbertson after this. So we have questions. Sandra Ingebrigtsen.
Well, thank you very much for the very energetic proposal. It was, if anybody were thinking about dozing off, you got us awake here a little bit. It was really good. But this underserved schools thing, please describe to me what your program really is going to do and why you think that schools that are underserved are not being served now. I'm not quite understanding that.
Absolutely. So apologies, Chairwoman. So thank you very much to the Commission for the question. At the Raptor Center, we are a philanthropic-based organization. So we rely on revenue generating education fees to be able to take our birds out in the community. Now we run these programs at a loss, so they don't even cover the cost. But we know even that is a barrier in getting into many schools across the state of Minnesota. And this gets even more important when we talk about getting out of the metro area, places that take a long time to travel to and we need to stay overnight and such. So we know that some of this interactive programming that so many schools have access to, there's barriers to schools across the state, especially in outstate Minnesota. So what this programming is striving to do is to go reach those kids, to give them the same access to inspiration and content. And then because we know programs that build on each other actually helps teachers achieve learning objectives, we want to go multiple times, which takes more resources. So this program is making that deliberate effort to go out and reach those kids, especially outside the metro, and provide access to all.
Okay, follow up, Sandra.
So follow up. Thank you. So you talk about barriers. Is it a financial barrier then you're talking about, or is it somebody standing with, at the front door of the school saying, no, we don't want your information? Just clarify that for me, please, and that'll be it. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. It is definitely not people at the front of the school. When we have reached out to schools that on grant-based initiatives in the past, they are hungry for this kind of content. So the main barrier is the finances and being able to actually get into these schools and deliver the programs.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you, Dr. Hall, for your enthusiastic presentation. I have an easy question for you to answer. I wondered if you could just share some of the work that you've done recently in underserved and tribal communities, just to help to illustrate to the Commission what you guys do and how you've done it.
Dr. Hall.
Absolutely. And one great example is through previous support by this commission and the Environmental Natural Resource Trust Fund, where we were given some funds to be able to take programs out across the state of Minnesota. We've been able to go into classrooms single times, right? And what that has validated for us is, like I just mentioned before, that the teachers and the students are hungry for this, but they're also hungry for a more meaningful, in-depth experience. They're hungry for that multi-touch programs that build upon itself, how we can actually help do learning objectives. So we've piloted this in a couple different schools in the metro area, and it's been very well received, as well as piloting program up in the Grand Portage region, working with tribal youth. And in that case, particularly integrating some of the cultural influences into the programming to make it locally relevant and inspirational for these kids as we unpack complex STEM topics and help support teachers.
Okay, follow up.
Yeah, just one, Dr. Hall. I was struck when we began working with the Raptor Center at the sheer volume of programming that you deliver in a year. I just wondered if you two could share that with the commission.
Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Chair and Commission members. In pre-COVID times, we did over 1,200 education outreach programs a year. So we have 30 permanently injured education ambassador birds, and gosh darn, those birds work hard. As we travel all over the state, we stay in hotel rooms overnight if it's too far to drive. It's interesting when you get to a hotel room and you have to ask if your raptors can come inside, but we make it work. So over 1,200 programs. With COVID and virtual programming, we went to thousands because we were able to reach more than ever before. So our passion is just getting content in front of students, supporting teachers, and getting people excited about the environment so that we can build those stewards in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes. Sandra Dietzig.
Thank you. I just was going to just chime in because I have been at my neighborhood farmers market when you all have been there. The Raptor Center is there, and the kids just absolutely swarm that display. And as a highlight, it brings people there. And it's fun to hear some of the kids mention that they, that they saw this on school. And I think one of them, it was actually a Zoom program that they attended through school. And so I think it is great. I think for the amount of money that they're asking, I think getting that access out into and providing that funding to you all to help get you into more schools. I think I appreciate this and support it because kids were just it just brought so many questions, and they all had so many questions and were just fascinated by the animals at the farmers market. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, I don't see any more questions. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. Again, that enthusiasm was welcomed. All right. All right, and now we have Scott Gilbertson. Please accept my apologies again. This print is small. I guess I didn't have my readers on, so please proceed and welcome.
Well, thank you, Chair Gibson and Commission members. And again, thank you for selecting Alexandria Lake Area Sanitary District to present our project for the committee this morning. My name is Scott Gilbertson. I'm the Executive Director for the ALASD. The district was formed in 1971 to address ongoing pollution in the area lakes surrounding and in the city of Alexandria. The district has grown to serve a population of 28,000 people within our 100 square mile service territory. Chloride salts have been with us since the dawn of time, but the problem of chloride pollution destroying plant and wildlife is a recent development in Minnesota waters. On behalf of the district, I'm here to ask you to fund a chloride reduction pilot project aimed at preserving one of our biggest points of pride in our area, our lakes. The lakes not only provide scenic views, fishing opportunities, and boating fun, but in addition, Alexandria Lakes draws people from all over the country to our community. Obviously, this tourism is vital to our local economy. Protecting the aquatic life in the waters around Alexandria is critical and will also serve as a demonstration project for communities across Minnesota. So what is the problem with chloride pollution? Chloride is essential to life. We all need salt to live, but it is toxic when there's too much of it. High amounts of chloride can be toxic to fish, aquatic bugs, and amphibians. chloride in our lakes can harm aquatic vegetation and change a plant community ecosystem. Unfortunately, Alexandria has 3 chloride impaired lakes, Lake Winona, Agnes, and Henry, which are part of a chain of lakes that eventually flow to the Long Prairie River. The district's wastewater treatment facility, although very advanced, cannot separate chloride from the wastewater, as that takes reverse osmosis. Where's the chloride pollution coming from? Through extensive chloride source modeling, the district has determined most of the salt in our area lakes comes from water softeners that discharge salty brine to our sewers throughout the district. The most environmentally responsible and cost-effective solution to this problem is to reduce the chlorides at the source. That may sound easy, but it is not. Our challenge is that we need to change human behavior, get our residents and businesses who are causing this issue to step forward and make a difference. What is our solution? The district and our Chloride Advisory Committee has developed an innovative strategy to reduce chloride by installing high-efficiency softeners, salt-free conditioning systems where appropriate, or brine disposal and land treatment systems. Education of the public and monitoring of our lakes will also play an important role. A rebate program that will incentivize our customers to reduce salt usage through one of these innovative systems is critical to reduce our salt sources. We estimate that our strategy will cost $10 million in total, but we're requesting $765,000 from the LCCMR to allow us to kickstart the program. This grant allows the program to be fully funded and allow ALASD to increase our user rates to fully fund the rebate program in subsequent years. If we do not receive the grant, we will need to delay this chloride reduction program until we secure funds to pay for it. During that time frame, chlorides will continue to flush into our lakes, further impairing our waters. This grant will help us take immediate steps to protect and preserve our lakes. ALASD is the right entity to do this and will have impacts for the entire state. Our district has long been a proven environmental leader. We were one of the first wastewater facilities in Minnesota with advanced tertiary treatment to remove phosphorus. And ALASD was the first utility to develop a chloride mass balance study to identify potential solutions for chloride reductions. This history of innovation and our proven track record with ongoing adaptive lake management strategies, which includes utilizing LCCMR grant funding, makes ALASD a top candidate to implement this proposal and create a model for other communities that they can follow. We ask that you include this critical chloride reduction project in your recommendations. We can't wait. Chloride levels are increasing in our lakes and are nearing maximum toxicity thresholds. ALASD raised rates 10% last year. However, our chloride reduction budget was depleted within a few months. The LCCMR funding allows ALASD to move now to reduce chloride levels today. This effort cannot be delayed. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbertson. Are there questions from commission members? Let's see. Yes, let's see. Who is it here? Hold on. All right, Senator Dames.
Just a question for the management here is rebates, will that fall in the line of uses we can use money for through LCCMR?
Mr. Gilbertson?
We researched Madam Chair and Commission, we researched the applicability of our project, and our understanding is, yes, this is an innovative approach to chloride pollution and should meet the eligibility requirements.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
Would staff follow up on that?
You're asking LCC?
I'm asking the LCCMR staff.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask Michael about that. Are you on, Michael?
Yes, Madam Chair and members, Member Dames, just to clarify, you're asking about the idea of using NRTF funds for rebates, or in this case, we do have another project in recent years where we were doing similar work to replace water softeners. So I understand this to be a similar project in that regard. So if that answers your question, but we certainly can double check on.
I think we need to.
Senator Dames? Senator Dames? I think we lost you.
Sorry about that. I say, I think our staff should follow up and make sure that this is a full use of the funds.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Senator Dames' question, I do believe it's right on line with helping improve, protect, or enhance the environment. But always good to check. Mr. Gilbertson, just on this proposal, what are kind of the costs? And if I understand your proposal and this idea is a new water softener, many times will use maybe a third or half or 2/3 less salt. What kind of cost is there to replace those kind of softeners, and what kind of rebate? And can you talk a little bit about how much of an efficiency improvement there is when they replace? What is the typical salt reduction on a higher efficiency softener?
Thank you. Mr. Gilbertson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Westrom. That's a good question. We have a standard set for an efficiency standard for the softeners. The rebates is 4,000 grains of hardness per 1 pound of salt. That's the requirement. That's actually a California standard, and that's the guideline that we're looking for high efficiency softeners. And when you get into the softener manufacturer world, each softener has a little nuance of what makes their softener more efficient, or is it energy, is it smart technology? But what we've found is that going from an old, what I call a dumb time-based softener, to an efficiency metered use softener, there's significant salt savings, and to the magnitude of 150 pounds to 200 pounds of salt per month, depending on the water quality. So an example is a time-based softener will regenerate every second day or third day, no matter how much water the household uses or the commercial entity uses. A smart metered softener, high efficiency softener, really monitors how many gallons have went through that softener before it requires a regeneration. And then they have technologies built in. So they'll reclaim the brine water and reuse that brine water. They'll use upflow technology for the regeneration. There's just a lot of technology that's driving the softener uses, and we're encouraging those installations. They generally run, to get back to your cost of installation, a professionally installed softener water conditioning system could run anywhere from $1,500 up to $5,000, depending on the type of softener.
Okay, Jeff, follow up?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gilbertson, what type of rebate do you see working similar to the conservation improvement program with the electrical companies? Is it like a third or half or 100%? And then while I'm got it, just will this be a voluntary program, or is it going to be all of a sudden a new mandate and forcing everybody to do it by a certain date? And I'm thinking a voluntary usually works better, but talk about those two things if you could, please. And thank you for bringing this project forward as well, by the way.
Mr. Gilbertson?
Madam Chair, Representative Westrom. So we rolled out a pilot program this year to see exactly that. We ran it by our our chloride advisory committee, and we scaled out what we felt would be the proper amount to incentivize our customers to come in and do this project in their homes. Currently, we're offering a $750 rebate for replacement of an existing softener, and a $500 rebate for new softener installations. We feel if we go lower than that, it doesn't have that incentive for our customers. We aren't in the position to mandate replacement of these softeners. Part of the request for the grant dollars is a very aggressive public education campaign. And what we found with our rebate incentives and dealing with the local water conditioning folks in our communities, you're not going to get a lot of participation unless you make it worth people's while, if you will. So we felt $750 was a good starting point, but we also found that we depleted our chloride funding for this project very quickly.
Okay.
Thank
Senator,
you.
are you done? Okay, Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbertson, for bringing this forward. And just for the members, my science on anything is about nil, but I know the importance of it, and I can tell you that that this group that has been formed here in the west central area here of Minnesota is and has been doing a lot of work, a lot of information, a lot of concern, and I'm so glad to hear that Mr. Gilbertson explained exactly what they have gone through for different ideas of different substances that are going into our lakes, waters, and streams, and so they're willing to step up and give this a try. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for all of Minnesota to find out just how this works, and with all the stuff that's going on, these lake water, these treatment plants, if we don't get to the bottom of it pretty soon, are going to be really struggling with finding ways to come up with mandates should this stuff be mandated at a later date. And if that happens, it's going to cost a pile of money to everybody. All the ratepayers, all the sewer district members and throughout the country are going to be paying. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to learn more about this phosphate thing, and I just support it 100%.
Thank you. Commissioner Schneider.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. And I apologize if this question was asked already. I had to run out real quick with the plumber. Mr. Gilbertson, I was just curious. So I'm a new member on the committee, and I'm still learning a lot of things, and specifically like what these dollars should be used for. Why is it the MPCA isn't covering this under their budget already?
Okay, Mr. Gilbertson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission. They have offered a grant for some chloride work. We actually did apply for a grant for one of our larger industrial customers, and we did not qualify for the grant for some chloride reduction strategies at that industry. The MPCA really is not, they don't have a lot of dollars dedicated to public education and things of that nature. They have monies dedicated for infrastructure improvements, through PFA and things of that nature. But, so this strategy really is the burden falls on the utilities and the sanitary districts and cities throughout the state to find solutions and reduce these sources of chlorides, because again, wastewater treatment facilities, there is a technology available to remove chlorides. Unfortunately, it's reverse osmosis. And if you're going to do a scaling of cost for doing end of pipe treatment for chlorides, we're looking at $150 million. And those are some staggering dollars. So the route that we're proposing and what we feel we can be successful in is source reductions.
Did you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay. I just had a question about the water softener companies. How do you select the companies? Are you doing a variety of them? I just don't want this to be a boom for certain water softener companies.
Madam Chair, we've been very cognizant of that issue. You know, we don't recommend a certain brand of softener. What we recommend and require is proof of installation, and that softener that's installed meets our criteria. And those are the areas that, and we've worked with our with all of the companies that do water conditioning and plumbers in our area, and have sat down and been willing to say, okay, this model seems to be the model you can propose, and work with your existing customers and new customers. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no more questions, I will try to get us back on track with the right project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is project 229. It's in the CH category. Marilyn Paulscher, BioBlitz Urban Parks Engaging Communities in Scientific Efforts. Mary Lynn, are you here?
I am here.
Good. Thank you. Welcome to the commission.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Lynn Paulscher, and I'm the manager for environmental education and youth employment for Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. And I'm here today to persuade you to fund this program for BioBlitzes in urban parks. Over the last couple of years, the park board's been engaged in some really intensive community outreach specific to developing our comprehensive plan, which is called Parks for All. And our board approved it in the fall of last year. But some of the findings in that report are that residents of Minneapolis have a super strong interest in wildlife. They're interested in learning more about the environment in general. And they are just looking for more volunteer opportunities as well. And at the same time, the park board has really realized that we need to do more in terms of collecting baseline data in our parks for biodiversity, so that we can do a better job of tracking how well park projects are being implemented. Are they having the impact we intended? And with those things combined, we saw this opportunity to put BioBlitzes forward as a way for us to meet the needs of the public and our own needs as well. So our proposal is that we would recruit and train volunteers, and then host a series of BioBlitzes. And to start with, we would be doing BioBlitzes and training in small neighborhood parks so we can meet people where they are. One of the things that we see in research that's been done by Metropolitan Parks and Open Space Commission, that some of the reasons that people don't visit parks, particularly communities of color, is lack of awareness, fear of being in an unknown space, and not having somebody to go to the park with. So our goal is that if we meet you where you live, Powderhorn Park, Farview, East Phillips, Cedar Avenue Field by Little Earth, that we could work with you and you could learn to identify the different flora and fauna found in your park, and you're comfortable and you know more about the natural world in this small space you know very, very well. That would be a mini BioBlitz. So you would have that sense of ownership of your own park and be more aware of the actual nature that's found in your own backyard. And from there, once you've been trained in at a neighborhood park, then we would be inviting you and recruiting you to come out to some of our bigger regional parks. And with that, you would have someone to go with, someone who speaks your language, someone who's comfortable in that space, and you've already learned about some of the wildlife and plants that are found in your neighborhood park, we can now look for that in a regional park and get to know it that way as well. So that would be our goal, and we would be doing this throughout the city. We would be working with a lot of our existing partners and volunteers, but we'd also be looking to expand who it is we work with. The funding includes hiring people who are bilingual to help with this as well, and subject matter experts. And then also that we would be sharing the data that we've collected and found with the community, both so that they can have additional potential volunteer community science programs with us, and then also it can help inform our decisions as we make land management choices. And this has happened just very recently, but youth employment at the very large scale has been added to my plate. So there's this new opportunity to move beyond the 20 or 30 youth I normally have in my work group to 180 to 250 youth. So they are my new group that I have this opportunity to also incorporate into this, that I'm really excited about for summer, for them to be part of the BioBlitz and have that additional access. And then also in terms of sharing the information out, we have some exciting new things happening in the park system too, including Spark Studios, which is something that's teaching youth how to actually engage in social media, video production, that kind of thing. So we would be utilizing that teen production crew to also help document what was going on and share out our findings. So in the end, the goals and outcomes of this is that the community would have a better understanding of scientific survey practices, local biodiversity. They get to know new parks. They're more comfortable in nature, developing a stewardship ethic, which is something we're all really keen on, and entice people to really engage in other community science efforts. We have a turtle project going on right now, and I can say that the public is very engaged from across all ages, abilities, cultures, and it's been fascinating to see. So I think this really opens up doors to engage more people with nature. So with that, I take any questions about this proposal. Thank you. Oh, you're on mute.
Great. Are you responsible for the turtle crossings signs that we're seeing across the?
Yes, that is our work group. It's been fascinating to do. We have a report a turtle app right now, and we had more than 700 people participate in this to identify turtles dead and alive, where they're found. We have turtle exposure nesting spaces that we're testing out right now, and it's been fascinating, like how just in depth the interest is in this, and people wanting to do more and engage. So we're really seeing that, like that love of nature and that protection of wildlife is even more engaging than, hey, I'm pulling buckthorn, but really wanting to do something to help wildlife, and BioBlitzes would do that. And with this project would really help us create a framework to engage volunteers and park visitors on a more regular basis. So.
Pulling buckthorn is very important too. We've got a lot of projects around Cedar Lake that seem unbelievable. So, all right, I don't see any more questions or comments. Thank you very much. Thank you for your good work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we start the next project, we need to acknowledge that Senator Westrom, Senator Herr, and Commissioner Albrecht have joined the meeting. So we'll note that for the attendance. So thank you for that. Okay, now we're on to DH Project 153, Kenneth Kozak, northward expansion of ecologically damaging amphibians and reptiles.
Hello, good morning. Can everybody hear me? I just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, great.
And welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for inviting me to present this project to you today. My name is Kenneth Kozak. I am the curator of the Amphibian and Reptile Scientific Collection for the Bell Museum. And I'm also an associate professor in the University of Minnesota's Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology. And I'm here to talk to you today about my project on the expansion of some potentially invasive overlooked species of amphibians and reptiles that have arrived here in Minnesota. So Minnesota's aquatic ecosystems and the biodiversity that sustain them are our state's unique natural heritage. And most of you know now that invasive aquatic species are wreaking havoc on our aquatic ecosystems. So you've all probably heard of the Asian carp and zebra mussel invasions by now, the Eurasian milfoil. These are all really widely publicized ones, and ones that are costing the state and private communities millions of dollars a year to manage. One of the things about invasions that we're learning is that early detection of potential invasions or invasive species or exotic species, and modeling of those expansions is critical, especially for new ones that are being overlooked, which I'm going to talk to you about here today. And so probably not many of you know that we see frogs and turtles out here in Minnesota, but there are frogs and turtles that are arriving in Minnesota recently that have the potential to have really negative impacts on aquatic communities, and they have recently expanded into Minnesota, coming up from the south, and some of them being introduced by the pet trades. And these are American bullfrogs, which are arriving from the south, potentially as weather patterns and things are changing. And red-eared slider turtles, which are really popular pets that often when they're done being enjoyed as pets are released into our aquatic waterways. One of the things about these is a lot of people, it's really easy for them to recognize something like an Asian carp or the zebra mussel. You can see them all over the shorelines. These species, these frogs and turtles, they look like native species, but they're not. So unless you're like an incredibly well-trained citizen scientist, you wouldn't know if you had these things in your communities. And so these frogs, this turtle and these frogs, they predate and they compete with our native amphibian and reptile species, including fish. And so they have the potential to negatively impact our aquatic ecosystems and also our local fisheries as well, in new places where they might be arriving where we don't know they are. One of the things about them is, as I said, because they look a lot like native species, and they are kind of arriving here more recently and haven't gotten much attention, is the extent of their invasion is difficult to assess, partially because of that, and also because amphibians and reptiles have really secretive habits, basically, the behavioral habits. They're difficult to detect for most of the year because their activity periods are small. And so we don't really know the extent to where they are. We have documented locations of them. They could actually be in many places where we don't know that they are where they are at the moment. So what are some solutions? So what I've proposed is to use some cutting edge DNA and spatial modeling technologies to model habitat requirements. The first is environmental DNA. So we don't have to detect the animal. We can actually use some methods to detect that animals leave DNA in their habitats. So we don't actually have to observe them to detect them. Maybe some of you have heard the news recently that we've been able to use environmental DNA to detect early detection of new COVID strains in wastewater. We also can use GIS methods based on the locations where we know these species are living and on their biology, which we're going to collect data in the field to model where they potentially could be now and would be in the future as weather conditions change. And so what are the benefits of this project? Well, we can detect and map these things much earlier than we possibly were able to do with things like the Asian carp and zebra mussel invasions. Environmental DNA is relatively inexpensive. The spatial modeling technologies are well established, so this work is efficient and low cost effective. I mean, it's low cost and effective for mapping things quickly. And it can allow us to early detect invasives to facilitate timely invasion, right? So before these actual invasions start to get out of hand and wreak havoc on aquatic ecosystems and potentially local fisheries. So why am I asking money from MASARC? Well, right now for MASARC, the Minnesota Aquatic Invasive and Species Research Center, doesn't have these species listed as priorities, so you can't apply for funding through them right now. But we have continued release actually of red-eared sliders from the pet trade into waterways in Minnesota. Use of bullfrogs for bait, which are getting out there by fishermen, and also release some people use them, find them as pets, take them from another state or whatever, and may introduce them here into Minnesota. And so once this species one of the things is, even though it's not a priority now, I'd like to close by saying once species are listed as a priority, they're often very costly to contain and control. So this research will address where have these species established themselves in places where we don't know if they already have, and are there places where they have gotten out of hand, or places where we would be able to predict where they get out of hand using our modeling procedures. And with that, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this to you today. And I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from commission members? Let's see, Commissioner Faber, I think you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Say, Dr. Kozak, you must have some idea where these two particular species that you list. I teach a class in herpetology. I've got former students, they swear that they've been hunting bullfrogs, and I think they're shooting them primarily, or harvesting them, I should say, because when I had them in class here a couple of years ago, they said, oh yeah, we've been harvesting for some years. They're in some ponds right now. I live outside between Little Falls and Brainerd, and they're collecting for the legs. But the issue that maybe you could describe a little more, the problem with them being invasive, is because they're an all-eater. They eat everything. Frogs, salamanders, turtles, the whole 9 yards when they get big enough to do so. So, I mean, that's the concern if we have them more established than we do. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Faber. This is an excellent question. Yeah, so we do have, we have documented locations actually that were included in the Bell Museum. So we have knowledge of where these things have been documented coming up from the 60s to the present time. What we don't have are locations where they might be spreading into, right? Where people just, haven't sent us records or posted them online. And so, there's really great potential that these things are much more further widespread in adjacent watersheds than they actually are, right? And so the eDNA would allow us to very efficiently do that without costly, repetitive physical surveys, right? To find them where they might be in low numbers, right? And spreading. And also when we would do our habitat modeling of habitat requirements, those could not only help us like select places where we could go to do eDNA where they may or may not be, but also identify potentially areas where the habitat quality for these things is really high and they have the potential to cause the greatest damage most quickly during the expansion.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, then Kenneth, then with the red-eared sliders, because in Moriarty and Hall's more recent Reptiles and Amphibians book, there's a couple of ponds down around Mankato or whatever. What could be the issue with them? Is it more concern about potential diseases that they might carry that people then are going to be releasing out, or because they don't get much bigger than an Eastern painted turtle or something like that. I don't know that they're big voracious predators. What would the concern there be?
Yeah, the concern there would be is they use the same food sources, right? So they would be basic. They're competing. They're more or less. They're competing with our native turtles, and they're potentially they don't look a whole lot different than a lot of the native turtles around here.
No, right.
So there is the potential for those things to be established or getting established in other lakes and waterways. And the public just they may think they're looking at something like a painted turtle, for example. But they're much more of with the bullfrog is quite voracious, both as a predator and a competitor,
right,
sharing the same food sources as the local native fish populations. These turtles they're more competing with like the local turtles, the local reptiles that are there for food sources.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Albrecht, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kozak, for your presentation. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, I can. Yes.
Good. I just want to relate something that happened in my community that I was surprised about, and that was that the Water Carnival was here, and we got a call at the DNR that they were giving away red-eared slider turtles as a prize at one of their games. And so, red-eared slider turtles are an invasive species in Minnesota, but they're not banned. It's not contraband. Right. Is that part of the strategy to, number one, are you looking at the potential that carnivals are giving them out as prizes and your distribution modeling, but also are you looking at the potential for banning red-eared sliders?
Yeah, that would be one of the things. So a part of this would be, with my association with the Bell Museum as a curator, we have amazing resources for public outreach. And part of the plan is with this research is to go to places like the Minnesota State Fair. So the same kind of people that would maybe be going to these carnivals and present this information of what's going on, and that the red-eared slaughters are an invasive turtle, say, for example. First generating public awareness, and then once we would have enough public awareness, potentially going, onto laws that would ban, the passing out of these turtles, at things like carnivals and whatnot. So I think, we have excellent potential for the outreach and to get the community more aware, of what's going on, not only with the turtles, but with the frogs as well.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay.
Any other questions? I had a question. I've seen several bullfrogs. So what do I do when I find them? Do I catch them and destroy them? Do I send them over to you?
So there, we have something that you're probably familiar with from a session, I think it was last week. Our science director, George Weibelin, presented on the Minnesota Biodiversity Atlas. So the Biodiversity Atlas is a wonderful tool that you could consult. Anybody can access that, see if those bullfrogs have been found in the county or the location where you found them. And you're also can be an active builder, essentially contributor to the atlas with your account. You could report these records and add them to the database. So in that sense, it gives us, it's a really I think a really effective tool for us to keep track of, for those that are interested in the kinds of things that you are, to keep track of where these things may be popping up that we didn't already know that they are. So we can increase our attention toward efforts in those areas and adjacent ones as well, where they may be spreading quite quickly but haven't been detected.
But keeping track and actually catching one of these animals that might be invasive and ruin other habitat for frog but just noting it is all you really want, or should we be careful?
No, I'm saying that you would say, how would we know? I mean, something like that would certainly, I get contacts all the time from people that they want to do something with the snakes in their basement as well. And we're here on the website, we're here as a resource. That would be something to have good as documented as a scientific specimen that we could actually put into the collection. And so those are certainly or animals that you could contact us and we would find some way for you to get them to us, and we could turn them into scientific specimens that would be useful for tracking the invasion in a physical sense.
And just a little bit of follow-up to Commissioner Albrecht's question. If you find an area that has an invasion of these two species, is it worth our while and with this project to do some graphics around that area and to ask citizens to take note and look for some of the species?
Yeah, I certainly think that would be. You say take like graphics, so take like photos and things, or
no, you would do a graphic of these two species.
Yep.
And ask citizens to either give input if they see them by taking a photo and sending it to you.
Correct. They could
Some
take a
way to
photo.
get data across the state by
Yeah,
using citizen science.
Yeah. So the idea is to in the first phase of this, what we would be doing is generating maps of where these things are and where they've been documented. And then those maps could be used to guide citizens to be on the lookout for where they might see these things, whether they're in their county or in the pond, like just down the road from them, and they might be in the next pond around the bend that nobody knows about yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so those would be definitely, are the kind of graphics that we produce, for scientific reasons, and also, for the public to help us understand this invasion and where it is and where it may be going.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Seeing no more questions, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Is Representative Hansen back? Yes. Okay. I'm going to turn it back over to Co-Chair Hansen. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is number 2023-043, biochar implementation in habitat restoration, Great River greening. Todd Rexine, welcome, and state your name for the.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Todd Rexine. I'm the Director of Programs at Gray River Greening, and I want to thank you for the opportunity today to present on our proposal for biochar implementation in habitat restoration. Our proposal is to pilot the implementation of portable biochar kilns in the natural resource management and restoration as a reduced carbon emitting, biologically beneficial alternative to open pile burning when managing invasive tree and shrub species. While woody encroachment and woody invasive species such as buckthorn are a problem, we're looking for other ways to reduce the carbon offset while doing that. So on habitat projects, we produce large quantities of waste wood as we treat these products. On-site pile burning is a cheap method for disposal with chip and log markets that have become saturated due to diseased tree removal, which making these preferred disposal methods even more costly. Pile burning, on the other hand, leaves room for improvement in terms of carbon balance and also scarring soil through burn scars. Biochar is the process of burning biomass at high temperatures under low oxygen conditions that converts it into a product that can be used as a soil additive for carbon sequestration, as well as enhance the soil for drought resistance and support microbial support in natural systems and be applied in farm fields and gardens. Biochar production releases less smoke and greenhouse gas than pile burning. While it requires specific equipment and knowledge, it is an accessible technology and process. By reducing barriers to its use for land managers, local government units, and service providers, its use can multiply quickly with this modest investment for a pilot demonstration program. Gray River Green is proposing to use several biochar kilns to demonstrate the process. One of these kilns has the capability to process about 6 to 10 cubic yards of material per day, producing 1.5 cubic yards of biochar or 0.4 tons of sequestered carbon per kiln. Funding would support on-site demonstrations and outreach on the applications of biochar, production for natural resource management on public lands, and connecting with individuals on how to implement on private lands. Through demonstrations and trainings, we plan to engage 75 land managers, government units, and practitioners, as well as 50 volunteers on how to use biochar kilns properly and safely for wood waste disposal. Trainings would share the benefits of using on-site kilns to manage tree and shrub removal in addition to how to use a kiln. This process will also involve other entities having access to testing the kilns on projects, specifically landowners, practitioners, and other organizations that could benefit from using biochar kilns in habitat restoration activities. Gray River Greening will also produce educational materials on biochar applications as they are related to natural resource projects and management, contextualized specifically for land managers and natural resource practitioners. Materials produced would include data from sample testing of biochar products produced from various invasive species. So what is the quality of biochar produced from buckthorn or honeysuckle removal? We'd also conduct pre-cutting density counts to assess the quantity of biochar you could expect per acre of land and report on the carbon sequestration gained. Service providers and land managers will also be notified that Gray River Greening would be integrating the use of biochar kilns for future land management over on-site pile burning or brush stacking. By making biochar a requirement for wood waste removal for all vendors on our sites, GRG will greatly expand the positive impacts of biochar and increase the speed of adoption. Biochar implementation and habitat restoration, as led by Gray River Greening, in collaboration with a variety of local partners, will move the needle on the adoption of biochar processing in Minnesota as a viable restoration activity. Mr. Chair and members, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on our proposal.
Thank you. Members, any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your presentation. Very thorough.
Thank you very much.
Next up, item 2023-240, Economic Analysis Guide for Minnesota Climate Investments, Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, David Beal. Welcome to the commission.
Yes, good morning, Chair Hansen and Commission members. My name is David Bale. I am the Economic Policy Analyst at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Thank you for the opportunity to present a proposal to develop an economic analysis guide for Minnesota climate investments. While this proposal comes from the MPCA, it reflects some of the work and interests of an interagency group of economic analysts that work on elements of our state's climate action framework, developed by the 15 agencies, departments, and boards that comprise the Minnesota Climate Change Subcabinet. I think we all know that Minnesota has ambitious goals established in state statute to mitigate and adapt to climate change. These include reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 80% in 2050 relative to 2005 emissions, as established in our bipartisanly passed Next Generation Energy Act, and to achieve 100% carbon-free energy by 2040. Improving Minnesota's resilience to climate impacts is also a central goal in Minnesota's stance of adaptation to climate change. To help us on the path to achieve these goals, the recently formed Minnesota Climate Change Subcabinet has developed a climate action framework. The framework puts forth around 180 potential action steps that Minnesota state agencies could lead, enact, and encourage to achieve our climate goals. Undoubtedly, each of these action steps will have costs and benefits. In addition to the costs of reducing emissions, enhancing climate resilience will require significant private and public sector investments, and it is important to assess expected return on investment to inform how to best utilize the resources we have to bolster our resilience. Generally, understanding, characterizing, and analyzing the costs and benefits of climate actions and investments is crucial to not only best achieve our climate goals, but to pursue the policies and actions that will allow us to grow our economy in a climate smart way. To make good climate decisions, we must not only understand the costs of actions that we might take, but also better understand the costs of inaction, which economic analysis tools can also equip us to do. In addition to climate change mitigation and resilience, the subcabinet also seeks to promote equitable policy solutions that can reduce current disparities in how Minnesotans are impacted by climate change. Economic and equity analyses go hand in hand. While economic analysis generally seeks to maximize the net benefits to the state of any policy or action, equity analysis helps to ensure that this is fair and just for all Minnesotans. The guide that we will develop will provide guidance for both economic analysis and equity analysis for Minnesota climate investments. The subcabinet has also been charged with growing jobs and a just transition to a clean economy. Again, economic analysis can help us best achieve these goals. We are not starting from scratch. We can look to both the federal government and other states to help guide us on the path to incorporating economic analysis into our climate work. The federal government has Circular A4, developed by the Office of Management and Budget nearly 20 years ago to guide the incorporation of cost-benefit analysis into federal regulatory analysis. While Circular A4 is not specific to climate work or even to environmental regulations, it can nonetheless serve as a model in which Minnesota can develop a guide for incorporating economic analysis into climate policy work. Other states are further along than Minnesota in incorporating economic, cost-benefit, and equity analysis in decision-making for climate policies and actions. For example, Maryland has a law that both sets requirements for reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, but also requires analysis of jobs and other impacts on the economy for any climate action that may be undertaken by the state. Without getting too specific on the methodologies in the short time that I have, we see that incorporating cost-benefit analysis, equity analysis, return on investment analysis, regional economic analysis that examines the jobs, state GDP, and other macroeconomic impacts of climate investments, and other economic methodologies are all on the table to help Minnesota best achieve our climate goals efficiently and equitably. The funding we are asking for will allow us to enlist an expert consultant to help us with several elements of this work. An expert consultant will enable us to best survey the landscape of climate economic analysis work of other states. Stakeholder engagement will also be a crucial element of developing this guide, and we will look to a facilitation expert to assist us with meetings with stakeholders within and external to state government. Finally, crafting an effective and usable guide that we can share with analysts and decision makers throughout state government via trainings and workshops will also benefit from the help of an expert consultant. Minnesota is clearly already suffering devastating effects of climate change, and it will only get worse. Fortunately, there are solutions to both mitigate our contribution to climate change and to improve our resilience to these impacts, and to do so in ways that are equitable for all Minnesotans that are within our grasp. The state is committed to pursuing these solutions through a suite of policies and actions in our climate action framework. In addition to the urgency to address climate change, we also see urgency in marrying data and analysis to the state's work to mitigate and adapt to climate change. We have the opportunity to grow our economy in a climate smart way, but to do this, we need sound economic analysis. An economic analysis guide for Minnesota's climate policies that draws on the most current thinking in climate economics will equip Minnesota agencies and Minnesota decision makers to implement effective policies and actions to achieve the state's climate goals. That's my presentation. I thank the Commission for your time and attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. This funding will help the sub-cabinet that has been formed at the state and getting some of their data and aiding their research. Am I correct? Did I hear that wrong?
Mr. Bile.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hansen and Commissioner Gibson. I agree with that mostly. I mean, this is to assist the work of the agencies that comprise of the sub-cabinet. We have been directed to do this by the director of the climate change sub-cabinet. And in fact, we have an interagency climate economic analysts group that is going to be doing the work of developing this guide. And a key role of that group is to advise the climate change sub-cabinet. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? So I have a question. If this is economic analysis, how does that meet the goal or the requirements of the Environmental Trust Fund?
Thank you, Chair Hansen. I guess that maybe that's a question that may be directed towards other members of the commission. I guess my familiarity with the goals of the trust fund are certainly not on the level of you all. So I'm not sure that I can answer that question effectively. I can say that certainly, of course, climate change is a key element of state policy. It's a high priority, as we all know, and if this guide will help us to more effectively, address climate change and do it,
Thank you.
Certainly in the interest of the state. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we are at our lunch period ahead of time. We're about 20 minutes, 24 minutes ahead. So Michael, do we want to just set that we will come back 12:15?
Mr. Chair and members, I think that would be fairly in line with how we've been on other days at this point. So I think 12:15 would be probably a good time.
Okay. Before we recess, do you want to just describe the procedure again for the public and for the members?
Yep. So we are going to go to recess for lunch here. In a moment, I will send everybody to the various breakout rooms. We will post a sign that we are in recess and returning at 12:15. If anybody hops back into this main area, we are still live streaming. So just so you're aware. And anybody that comes in will be in here briefly before they are moved to a breakout room. We would like to make sure everybody's back about 5 minutes beforehand so that we are all ready to jump back to the meeting at 12:15.
Great. We are in recess till 12:15. Are we recording, Michael? Ready to go?
We are all ready to go.
Okay, we're coming out of recess. We have afternoon presentations. And the first presentation this afternoon is number 2023-080. And there is a change on the presenter, Emily Gullner. Is that correct? Will be presenting. This is Hanaway on Wayzata Bay Shoreline Restoration Project, City of Wayzata. Welcome to the commission and state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Emily Gullner.
I think we're having some audio, at least I am, some audio difficulty. Are other members having audio difficulty as well?
Maybe I need to speak a little closer. Does that help?
That works.
Can you hear me better?
Yes,
Okay.
that works.
You get the zoomed up version of me. Thanks. Okay, here we go. My name is Emily Gullner. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Wayzata. I'm very happy to have this opportunity today. With me is Scott Jordan of Civitas. He will be answering questions for us. So Panaway on Wayzata Bay is a multi-year, multi-phase transformational shoreline restoration project on Lake Minnetonka. The city is requesting $200,000, which is approximately 1/3 of the costs related to the environmental work that we know is very important to our LCCMR leaders here today. The city will be matching the remaining 2/3, and in addition, the city is investing millions more in other components of Panaway, which includes new urban green space, a lake walk, and historic building preservation on the shores of Lake Minnetonka. The City of Wayzata is very committed to restoring the ecological integrity of Lake Minnetonka, and so the $200,000 that we are seeking would help us fund an underwater wave break system. The wave break creates a protective barrier, and this will restore and protect Lake Minnetonka's shoreline. It's really important to us that we use innovative technologies to improve our ecosystem. So the project will restore the native lakeshore marsh to part of its shoreline that has degraded over time. And it's degraded over time due to boat wake action. So in addition to this construction, the shoreline improvements will also benefit the STEAM classes that already exist in the area. This is similar to STEM education, but with the arts included. And as part of the larger Panaway on Wayzata Bay project, these courses will be expanded with the inclusion of a new Lakeshore Learning Center right near this work. And that will be programmed by Community Ed, the YMCA, and the Wayzata Sailing Center. So this restoration will occur in 4 primary phases. First, we will conduct erosion control practices to protect the lake from sedimentation. Then we will do some grading and removal of invasive aquatics vegetation, and this will occur in select areas alongside the native plantings to ensure long-term stability of our shoreline. Then we will install a wave break system. This involves installing prefabricated barriers in the lake bottom, and this reduces the wave energy from boats and high winds, which reduce erosion in the restoration planting area. Next, we will install native plants. Following removal of that invasive aquatic vegetation, native plantings will be installed behind the barriers to restore that lakeshore marsh, and that provides habitat for aquatic wildlife and pollinators, as well as helps stabilize the shoreline. So the native plantings will then be monitored and managed to maximize its establishment and its success. And then lastly, we will potentially be removing the wave break. We will do this incrementally as an experiment to show how the plants respond. And we will do this in segments so that we can evaluate the effect of this wave break removal after those native plants have been fully established in each section that we analyze. So we feel that this project fits really well with LCCMR's goals. We have an innovative approach here to shoreline restoration. And our main goal here is to restore the lakeshore, but also environmental education is really important. It's really a key aspect of this. We are restoring our historic Section Foreman House near the railroad into a lakeshore learning center. This will provide programming and educational opportunities just feet away from this work. And we're very excited about that opportunity to incorporate environmental education into all of this restoration work. So with that, Chair and members, we are happy to answer any questions that you have for us.
Great. Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question. So the old railroad house is going to be a lakeshore education. Did I hear that correct?
Ms. Gullner.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think you said yes. And then is the pathway, I know the area. So when you walk out that little railroad house, it's going to go off to the right around where all the boat docks are, or where is it going? Into that little park?
Ms. Gullner, or
This is Scott Jordan.
Scott, if you could, you're coming in a little choppy there, so go ahead.
Is this better?
Yes.
I'll lean right in. Yeah, so I'm Scott Jordan. I'm a principal at the firm Civitas that's leading the design of it. And so, yes, part of the, not part of the restoration project, but part of the overall lakefront project, we are improving the walkway from the Broadway intersection down to the Section Foreman House, where all this restoration will be occurring. So you'll be walking along the edge of all this restoration while you get to the Lakeshore Learning Center.
Okay, follow up, please.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. So just so I understand, I know the area that you're talking about, and that's where the walkway is. And if that's where the walkway is there going to be signage about the whole process?
Absolutely. The environmental education component of this is really critical to the overall project and the vision of Hanaway project. And so, our goal is ultimately to have every student that goes to school in the region come down and learn about the lake ecosystem through that, with signage and with a variety of other educational components to the project.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Acom.
Mr. Chair, and thank you both for the presentation. I was just as Commissioner Gibson was asking her questions, I was looking through the packet materials, and there's some great visuals and graphics of kind of where this all is set out, and it's really helpful. And I just, with how many people are in that area on the lakefront, this is a great opportunity for environmental education for all ages, both youth and adults. And so I really commend the project, and I appreciate the focus on kids, because any opportunity that we have that we can get kids down to the water and teach them about our important natural resources, the more likely they are to want to protect and keep them for the future. So I just want, mine's a comment, and it's just a thank you for bringing this forward and the work that you're doing along the lakeshore in Wayzata.
Ms. Gullner. No. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious about the replicability of this project. What are you doing to ensure that the work you do and what you will learn from this project gets taken to other similar shoreline areas that could benefit from innovative technology?
Ms. Gullner.
Actually, this is Scott Jordan. I will have to add to that. The whole issue that we're dealing with on Lake Route, Minnesota, is the wave and wake action that's occurring.
If you could lean forward just a little bit.
It's really difficult to mitigate the wave and wake action that's occurring. And so the use of these Jersey barriers is interesting in that experimental and that they'll work. They're also able to be removed. And so the problem with doing any sort of mitigation in a lake is you then have to mitigate the mitigation. And so this is a way to temporarily create wave mitigation and then remove it. And based on the success of that, we're intending with our ecologists to do ongoing studies over the following years to see how the plants sustain and kind of share that knowledge throughout. And so if this experimental technique of using concrete barriers does itself succeed, we will then use that and likely publish some studies on it so that it can be shared with other communities.
Commissioner Peichel.
I think I caught most of that. My misunderstanding with this project, I think, is around wave reflection and the dissipation of energy. It wasn't clear to me from the proposal, and maybe I just missed it, how that energy would be dissipated and not just reflected to perhaps impact other shoreline elsewhere in the lake outside of the bay.
Yeah, I can attempt to answer that. Because of the size of Lake Minnesota, reflecting some of the wake action is an issue, but there's enough distance be up to the next shoreline, that it would be dissipated to the natural water. And so it's really the impact right at that immediate shoreline is the most concerning factor that we're trying to deal with. And in fact, this area used to be historically a marshland, and it's completely gone away now, and it's become an invasive species, milfoil and a few others. So this is really an attempt to solve that issue in a way that we haven't seen done. We haven't seen some research done elsewhere. We haven't actually seen it done in Minnesota. It really is an attempt at an innovative experiment to see what we can achieve.
Last follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and then, that does address my engineering considerations. My other question was, how do you intend to expand the environmental education benefit to communities beyond just Wayzata? More of a regional focus? Do you have connection to the regional park system, perhaps, or programming that you intend to deploy that will benefit populations that are underserved beyond the city of Wayzata?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So the Wayzata School District has a lot of diverse student population that we'll definitely be working with. But also beyond that, we have a strong partnership with Ski River District. I'm glad you mentioned them. We're a funding partner on our first phase of Panaway. We continue to work with them on a lot of different opportunities. And then our other project partner is the YMCA, which covers other communities nearby. And then we hope that just by being generally a regional destination for the entire area, that we do attract a lot of visitors to the area that take interest in the programming that we offer. Maybe they arrive with their family on a weekend just to see the place, and then they realize that there's actually other opportunities to come back for other programming.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to our next presentation. It is item 2023-105, Pollinator Central Habitat Improvement with Community Monitoring, Great River Greening. Rebecca Tucker, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Audio good?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Chair, members. Thank you for having us today. My name is Rebecca Tucker, Program Manager at Great River Greening. We appreciate the opportunity to present on Pollinator Central 3 Habitat Improvement with Community Monitoring. As you heard earlier this morning, Great River Greening is a 27-year-old nonprofit organization based in St. Paul, and our mission includes both the on-the-ground restoration and enhancement work that has tangible benefits for the local ecosystems, as well as the community engagement through volunteer opportunities and education. This is the third phase of the Pollinator Central grant set as presented to the Environment and Natural Resource Trust Fund for appropriations, the first two of which were initiated in fall 2021 and are currently progressing well. This smaller phase 3 proposes to capitalize on that momentum and add pollinator-focused habitat restoration and pollinator population monitoring to 29 new acres of 4 new shovel-ready sites in and throughout the metro area. The environmental problem we have identified through direct input with a variety of very engaged landowners is the need for pollinator-specific habitat development in their parks, schoolyards, municipal campuses, and along trailways. This work is needed to counter the local and global reduction in bees and other pollinating insects that are so crucial to our natural ecosystems, agricultural production, and the overall well-being of our communities. The second problem we are addressing is how to monitor the impact that these restorations and enhancements actually are having on the local pollinator populations themselves. We can count the number of plants we are planting and the number of acres we are seeding with native habitat, but this project then goes beyond to the next step to measure the bees, butterflies, and other insects that depend on these healthy environments for their survival. This phase 3 work continues the use of timed pollinator counts, counting into 3 broad categories: honeybee, native bee, and other, as well as the guided use of the public website iNaturalist as ways to make this monitoring and the resulting data accessible to the communities in which the projects are located. Finally, these projects will address the need for public engagement and education regarding the pollinator habitat restoration and monitoring throughout these urban and rural communities. Both the restoration and monitoring activities will involve volunteer participation, from wildflower plug planting to the pollinator surveys themselves, adding engagement of the public to this land management process. These activities have been designed to increase the understanding, support, and enjoyment of these publicly accessible restorations by all participants. The 2 currently online phases of this grant have over 20 projects active, with pollinator enhancement already initiated. turf replacement, invasive removal, and native species planting methods that we are coordinating with the input of the landowner, is setting up these projects as well as those proposed for phase 3 with long-term plantings that support pollinator species that are manageable by the landowner beyond the period of these grants. Engagement-wise, for the first year of phase 1 and 2, we've had over 400 total restoration participants clearing invasive species and planting natives, with over 60 in-person pollinator monitoring participants this season alone, with more to come next week as the summer continues. We've gotten a fantastic response from both the cities and partner staff for this monitoring work, as well as from the engaged participants themselves. This connection of these folks to the land, projects, and the overall goal of the work itself further translates into tangible stewardship beyond these experiences. In the last 2 weeks alone, volunteers have spotted the endangered rusty patch bumblebee at 3 different projects, which gives significant information for the sites as well as for the species itself, and gives a fantastic experience for the volunteers. We've learned a lot from our initial year of grant work that has primed us to make phase 3 even more successful in on-the-ground habitat establishment, as well as in measuring how this habitat establishment is actually impacting native pollinator populations. Protocols on how to train the volunteers we've established with the University of Minnesota Bee Lab and the Xerxes Society will be used on the monitoring of these new projects in phase 3, and all the information of what we find throughout the duration of these projects will be disseminated to the landowners, the volunteers, as well as to the natural resource community overall through sharing the data itself, as well as summaries of the findings at the end of the projects. The conversion and enhancement of degraded fields, trailside turf verges, woodland understories, and other currently undermanaged areas into high-quality native pollinator habitat patches will help connect existing but limited habitat in Minnesota. So we'll also provide abundant flora resources throughout the growing season and improve nesting for overwintering habitat for pollinators, which benefits the broader set of ecosystems overall. Finally, this effort will involve volunteer planting events, active environmental stewardship, and community science education, as well as reputable and shareable methods of how these restorations actually impacted the plant and pollinator communities. Pollinator Central 3, Habitat Improvement with Community Monitoring, will add 29 new acres of monitored pollinator habitat to 4 new sites in 4 counties and engage hundreds of local volunteers in the process. Chair and members, thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this proposal.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Becca, for this presentation. I appreciate your continuing to bring this project before us. I think it's very valuable. I'm wondering if there is a plan for this to continue to come to LCCMR indefinitely, or is there permanent funding that Great River Greening and partners are seeking to establish this as an ongoing program?
Commissioner and members, fantastic question, which brings us hope for many things. Yes, we do intend on continuing to add phases. This one, as I mentioned, is a smaller one that will overlap with our first 2, but we already have some plans for a phase 4 that would come online when the first 2 would be going offline. We are very much looking for permanent connections with these landowners or other organizations, societies that can add to this support. We currently are working off of a matching National Fish and Wildlife Foundation fund project to boost the monarch side, specifically working with monarch joint venture on that as well, but kind of adding to that ability through that NIFWIF fund. And again, we're always looking for additional funds, but I think this is a good connection of a lot of what Great River Greening does, both on the ground work with the volunteer engagement, but also what all of these public landowners are looking for too, which is the assistance of the on the ground work itself, getting it up and running, getting it manageable, but also to engage the public of the communities that they're involved in. So thank you for the question.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I couldn't agree more on the skilled volunteer outreach and education, especially through iNaturalist. That application has been fantastic for me when I've done environmental education work. And it's really good at, I call the citizen science piece like that, the gateway drug to conservation. You get started identifying a few plants and you suddenly start seeing them everywhere. And I've done that by taking people out for wetland work and and getting them hooked on just identifying what's all around them. And then they go in their backyards and they start doing it. So I think that's really fantastic that you're continuing this work. One thing that came up this year in particular was phenology related to climate change and how we've seen pollinators arriving before the nectar plants are ready and available. So a lot of especially in the metro area, there were a number of communities that did no mow May. And I'm wondering if that phenology problem has been incorporated into your monitoring and if there's plans to adjust the seed mix or site preparation and location to correct for some of these climate-induced differences in timing. Thank you.
Tucker.
Commission members, thank you very much again for that question. It's very much a thing that we've incorporated into both the monitoring side as well as the seed mixes and the plans for the projects themselves. A couple of the projects in the first two phases have been specifically targeting enhancing the early season blooming species on these sites that some, might be more than turf, it might be established prairies, but if they don't have early blooming native species, then that's not as useful for the pollinator species themselves. So phenology is something that we can also pull from iNaturalist, which is fantastic. It's a really great platform with a lot of resources already built in that we're utilizing. Again, for the interface for the public is already built, as well as the interface for pulling data off of the site is already built. And we can kind of establish if the sites that we're looking at is potentially missing some of those species, and also if that's impacting the pollinator species that we're looking at as well. So it's phenology and how that impacts both the plant community and how the plant community is impacting the pollinator community, as well as even just educating, like you mentioned, no mow May, how can other community members be involved in that same kind of dynamic is exactly what this is all targeting. So thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you. We'll move on to the next one. Next up, item 2023-136, pollinator enhancement in the Mississippi River shoreline restoration, Department of Military Affairs, Jake Kitzman. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and staff. Thank you for having us today. Again, my name is Jake Kitzman. I'm the Natural Resource Manager out here at Camp Ripley. I'm joined today by Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Hall, the Deputy Commander at Camp, and also Josh Pennington, the Environmental Program Supervisor out here. The project we've proposed really takes a two-pronged approach at protecting cultural resources, enhancing wildlife habitat, and specifically pollinator habitat, and also protecting the surface water of the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River makes up about an 18-mile portion of our eastern boundary, so we take its protection very seriously. About 2 years ago, we worked with the Morrison Soil and Water Conservation District and identified funding for a stream bank restoration that's directly adjacent to our historic fort site that was established in about 1844. This site is about 70 yards long, and it's steadily losing sand and other sediments into the river, especially with some of the higher waters we had this spring. We did notice a trend that it was moving toward the historic site. So the fort site is on the National Historic Register, and this blowout on the river is beginning to impact that. And so we're using that project to put in root wads and other pollinator habitat, which will expand our current efforts on that site to enhance pollinator habitat. The other prong of our project is doing pollinator-friendly flower beds throughout the cantonment area of Camp Ripley. We've worked with the Board of Water and Soil Resources to identify the different programs and practices that are appropriate for these projects. And we're expanding those efforts throughout, not only on the fort site, but into the rest of our cantonment area. From a water quality perspective, this project does a lot to keep sediment out of the waterway. That's very important to us because we lie right at the ecological transition of two ecological provinces in the state. From here south, it really begins to take over more agricultural use on the landscape. So keeping that clean water intact is very important to us. This expands on our work throughout the rest of Camp Ripley to put in stormwater infiltration basins, and just highlighting the fact that we're really taking our water quality projects seriously. Going back to our pollinator component of the projects, we use the fort site that I had mentioned as an interpretive site. There's a lot of educational opportunities that go on out there. We've worked with other state agencies just in the last couple of years to put other pollinator enhancement practices on the site, and the stream bank restoration will be expanding upon those, and then using all of these sites as an educational and outreach opportunity. This project directly supports the goals of the Minnesota State Wildlife Action Plan for enhancing pollinator habitat, and it benefits. We've identified 7 different bee and butterfly species that this directly impacts. There's also, from the water quality perspective, 2 species of greatest conservation need, mussels in the river, that would be directly benefiting from this, and also a slew of migratory grassland bird species that use the Mississippi Flyway as their travel corridor annually. This project also directly supports the Governor's Executive Order 19-28 to support healthy and diverse and abundant pollinator populations throughout the state. And again, going back to the State Wildlife Action Plan, it directly addresses goal number 1 to ensure the long-term health and viability of Minnesota wildlife with a focus on species that are rare or declining. Again, we've identified a large number of species, both pollinator species, bird species, and aquatic species that will be directly benefiting from these 2 projects. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Camp Ripley has always been a leader in activities such as this. I remember way back when we were studying the 2 wolf packs up on Camp Ripley. Are there other bases across the country that are taking advantage of some of this land as you have?
Absolutely, man. There's a large push across all DoD lands to do a lot of different pollinator enhancements, and also working within our Army Compatibility Use Buffer Program and the Greater Sentinel Landscape. The DoD manages about 80 million acres of land throughout the nation. So we've recognized, especially in the last 20 years or so, that the impact that the military can have on our natural resources can be vast. And they've really done a great job from the top down, pushing these sorts of initiatives throughout the nation. And at Camp Ripley, we like to think we've been a model for a lot of these things. And we are very forward leaning on our pollinator projects, as well as our water quality initiatives, our electrical conservation initiatives, and many different things out here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. So this is Josh Bennington, Environmental Program Supervisor. And I'd like to just add to that this project specifically has been very difficult to fund with any other funding initiatives because it's on the National Historic Register. It's not available for military training. And so no military funding has been contributed to this site because it is on the National Historic Register, and it is kind of set aside from any other traditional funding resources that we have available to us.
You have a follow-up?
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. So what's the reaction to some of the members of the Camp Ripley? Do they get excited about these projects? Are they part of the education process? Do you allow, I know you do allow some students in there, so just curious how far your work is reaching.
Yes, ma'am. So from the military side of the house, we are active stewards of the environment. So you can imagine we have a balanced relationship between environmental and training. So we work very, very hard as a training community to ensure that we can maintain or improve the environment as much as possible. And these projects here, and us being military and with the historical background of this site, it's important for us to maintain this site. And these projects would be great for that. And again, being stewards of the environment and cognizant of this, it's important to us that we can provide training as well as enhance this environmental stuff. So no, it's great. And it's a good project, and the Minnesota National Guard is very much on board with this project as well, and to rejuvenate some of our areas that need some help.
So to add to that, so are the National Guard members excited about it? Do they go out and look at it and try to learn from it?
Absolutely. But yeah, I'll take that question. So this particular site, because it has a really unique history from a historical perspective too, being the original Fort Ripley site, as Jake mentioned, in the 1849 is when this site was originally established as a military outpost. So because of that, there's a lot of military classes that warrant officer courses or other cadet trainings that go to this particular site to learn about both the military history. We've already capitalized on that kind of captive audience that we have there with some interpretive signage on the site, talking about land use and ownership prior to the fort site being there. We've worked with our tribal historic preservation officers from both Fond du Lac, Mille Lacs, and Leech Lake to develop some language that talked about historical land uses from a tribal perspective. And so those signs are already there. And then this has just kind of like been this erosion on the river shoreline has kind of been the black eye of the site for several years. And so we're hoping to improve that and then capitalize on all the group tours that go on in the site.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in response to Commissioner Gibson's question, I'd like to also answer that as a ignorant teenager and 20-something former user of that area, especially the Riverside Trail on the east side of Cantonment there, like that's a gorgeous place to run. And I grew to appreciate that area before I even knew that I was going to end up in conservation. So as from my personal experience, military members do appreciate running on those gorgeous areas back there and do appreciate the beautification that comes along with the increased naturalization and restoration there.
I'll just comment, with the surplus we have, it might be good to build in a line item and base funding for Department of Military Affairs to enhance using the research that is being provided here so that it's consistent funding over time for projects like this. And I'd be happy to work with the presenters on that if they would so choose. So
we appreciate that.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next item. 2023-181, renewing access to an iconic North Shore Vista Superior Hiking Trail Association. Lisa Lucola. Welcome and state your name for the record.
Lisa Lucola, Executive Director of the Superior Hiking Trail Association. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today about renewing access to an iconic North Shore Vista along the Superior Hiking Trail. The association manages and maintains this nationally recognized 300-mile footpath that traverses the rocky ridgeline along the North Shore of Lake Superior. The nonprofit coordinates land access and easements with over 200 landowners, publishes maps and guides, provides education and outreach, and coordinates over 300 volunteers, making up 7,000 hours of service to the trail each year. The Superior Hiking Trail is known for its panoramic vistas that overlook both Lake Superior and also amazing inland views unique to the North Shore. As hiking continues to gain popularity as a low barrier outdoor recreation activity, locations that are easier to access and provide looped experiences are highly impacted. They've become the most heavily used sections of our trail. The 4.7-mile Bean and Bear Lakes Loop is by far one of the most iconic vistas along the entire North Shore. Located near Silver Bay, the looped experiences high visitorship, and we only anticipate an increase in popularity in the future. Already, Bean and Bear Overlook is the most highly photographed location along the entire trail. But today, the photos that I have on my screen are not of that iconic vista. It's what we see as managers of the trail and the impacts and issues that we would like to address. So, due to a mixture of aging infrastructure, poor original trail location, and that heavy visitor use, Bean and Bear have been identified as a problematic area. And in 2018, professional trail builders completed an assessment on this section of trail, in part by funding support from LCCMR. The report is telling. The Bean and Bear is noted to have some of the most significant erosion issues for the entire Superior Hiking Trail. But there are solutions. The solutions that have been identified to address erosion issues are multi-pronged. The first is to increase the resiliency of the trail section through stonework. Two is to renew the tread and install water drainage management systems and reroute small sections of that trail. And three is to rehabilitate the campsite that is on the shoreline of Bear Lake. Uniquely, this trail renewal project is primarily using materials found on site. The association will use a mix of volunteers, staff, and paid contractors to armor the trail using stone, nature's most resilient material, available to us on site. Deeply graded sections of the trail will be retrofitted with stone steps, as in my corner over here. And lower and wetter sections will be retrofitted with stepping stones that will allow visitors to traverse through perennial mud holes with ease and reduce the impacts to the adjacent land. Stonework is labor intensive. The cost is not the materials, but the dedicated time. And luckily, the long-term return on investment is substantial. Ongoing maintenance on stone infrastructure is minimal compared to wood structure. Overall, the trail assessors identified 83 distinct improvements to be made in this section of trail alone. While some are small, compounded, they'll have a huge impact on the long-term sustainability of the trail and its ability to withstand increased visitor use. The campsite renewal is based on a 2019 Sustainable Camping Management Workshop that was hosted by our association and facilitated by Dr. Jeff Marin, a recreational ecologist with the US Geological Survey. The workshop used Bear Lake campsite as a case study, leading workshop attendees through an assessment process and identified recommendations based on national best practices. Once this project is complete, the association will have completed 3 of our 5 projects known as the Big Bad 5, the 5 sections of trails that have been most intensive renewal based on concerns around erosion, safety, compliance, and visitor use. It is important for the commission members to know that ENRTF is one of the very few funding sources available to the Superior Hiking Trail Association to make these large-scale renewal projects. The Superior Hiking Trail is a space for exploration and education, and it's where tens of thousands of Minnesotans start their lifelong connection to the outdoors. And I hope with that level of impact, you will see the value in investing state funds to sustain this recreational resource for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? I have a question that could staff maybe provide us with any prior appropriations to the trail, whether they were bonding or ENRTF, or maybe Ms. Lukala, if you know that, but if we don't have that right in front of us, just to bring that back to the commission.
Yes, Commissioner Hansen, we have received appropriations in 2018 for an enhancement plan, and the award amount was $100,000. In 2019, we received what was referred to as restoring 5 sections of the trail for $191. Plumbing the muddy depths, which was a 2021 appropriation for 187,000, and in 2021 as well, which had been a carryover from our 2022, or I'm sorry, our 2020 ask was an environmental showcase for 450,000.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to the next one. Item 2023-212, enhancing habitat connectivity with urban Mississippi Flyway. Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, Adam Arvidsson. Welcome and state your name for the record.
And my name is Adam Arvidsson. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. I assume you'd like me to just proceed. Great, thank you. Thank you everyone for the time. I was here before most of you yesterday, so I very much appreciate the opportunity for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board to present several projects to you for consideration this year. This project is quite a bit different than what I presented yesterday. It is very much a on-the-ground restoration project that is going to utilize lands that we already hold as a public agency, yet are underperforming in terms of habitat. So the entirety of Minneapolis sits within the Mississippi Flyway. I'm sure you're all very aware of that. And Minneapolis also has some great green corridors that run through the city. But that habitat, say along the Mississippi River and the chain of lakes and Minnehaha Creek, becomes quite a bit more fragmented as one moves away from these corridors and into the city's neighborhood. And this really has two kind of negative impacts. First of all, the insects and the birds themselves don't have as many places to live, but also the people that are living there don't have that same connection to the environment as those who might live very close to these green habitat corridors. So what we are proposing is to leverage those existing green corridors, which are also identified as DNR conservation corridors, in order to essentially extend some fingers into the city so that people can link to those habitat areas through their local parks, local boulevards, street trees, and other public lands. And also so that all the animals that use this flyway have more opportunities throughout that entire flyway. This idea comes from work that the Park Board has already done in terms of planning around our ecological system within the city. The graphic that you see behind me, I'm going to slide over to the side just a little bit, comes from a plan that we adopted called the Ecological System Plan. And you can see that the chain of lakes and the Mississippi River are identified here. But we've also shown some new corridors stretching across the city. And the green blobs that you see there are pollinator sweet spots, identified through a partnership with Metro Blooms and the University of Minnesota and other researchers. So by looking at the habitat potential that exists in our neighborhoods and then starting to stitch those together, we think we can create better habitat benefits and also better education and nature relationship benefits for our recreating public. So this request is for $190,000 to implement the first of these kind of flyway fingers, we sometimes call them, habitat corridors. And we do that in basically 3 stages. The first activity would be the identification of these first flyway fingers. And we would do that through community engagement. We want to talk to folks about which of these corridors are most important for them and which are most feasible and viable. And then the second activity is to actually build some of these. And this could be a combination of replanting certain street trees in certain areas to provide more flowering habitat and forage benefit. It could be rethinking boulevards as streets are reconstructed in partnership with the city of Minneapolis. It would be our neighborhood parks themselves and creating pollinator patches and habitat areas within our neighborhood parks. So we have about 1,000 acres of neighborhood parkland, hardly any of which is naturalized. And we also have maintenance responsibility for all the city's street trees. So the MPRB is actually very well positioned to enhance and expand habitat connectivity throughout the city, using those existing green corridors like the chain of lakes and the Mississippi River as a backbone. But the third piece is the public education. I think this is just as important as the rest of it. Once we create these flyway fingers, we want to make sure that people know that they exist and that you can take actions within your own boulevard, your own city park, in order to enhance habitat for pollinators and birds in particular within the urban surface. So through those three activities, we think we can leverage community engagement, construction expertise, land ownership, and then public education to really provide more habitat benefit within the city and also to connect more people more closely to nature right where they live. And with that, Chair Hansen, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Senator Dietzig.
Hi, Mr. Arvidsson, could you just move over a little bit so I can see the entire map? Thank you. I think this is, as you said, we have 1,000 parks. So there's a park about 6 blocks from everybody, and that is very, very helpful. And it's been part of what I've been pushing to get some of my younger people into the park system. How do you propose? So as we talk a lot about getting people that maybe aren't used to going to parks, how do you propose that this could help, again, get more and more people into those parks? That was kind of one. And then you talk about the trees, and I know as we have a lot of emerald ash borer in Minneapolis, and so as we work to prepare that, how this money could be used to, again, as we look to replant some of those trees, to maybe would it be used to help diversify or help planning to diversify as the city is redoing, like you said, the sidewalks and the streets. My whole street has been torn up and the sidewalks have been torn up all summer long. What are you coordinating with the city to plan that, and how would that work?
Mr. Arvidsson.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, Senator Dietzig. I'll try to get to both questions, and you can follow up if I miss something, with my apologies. I think the neighborhood parks are heavily used by folks that don't live close to the regional parks. And in fact, we see that there's almost a bifurcation in our city between folks that use the regional parks a whole lot and folks that are more focused on the neighborhood parks. So I think our goal is, if we can create habitat areas within the neighborhood parks, that starts to show people what that natural habitat can look like, even in the city. And then if we create these lines, we sort of draw these fingers over toward the Mississippi River or toward Victory Parkway, then maybe people will begin to explore that, and it'll link them inherently to the regional parks, which also are their right to use and to interact with. So I think we're doing that both for the insects and the birds, but also so people can kind of go the other direction, beginning at the neighborhood park and stretching to the regional. And yes, the right-of-ways in between the neighborhood park and the regional park are city right-of-ways over which the park board has jurisdiction for the trees. And so there's already an existing partnership there. When trees are replaced, when roads are reconstructed, when stormwater management is being updated between the park board and the city, primarily through our forestry department, where I think we can think about what can those habitat corridors within the public right-of-way start to look at, and to deliberately connect them between points of interest and draw people and draw pollinators along.
Senator Dietzig, follow up.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I know that there are a lot of people especially in kind of the inner core, that they don't get to, the chain of lakes is kind of on the west side. So some of those regional parks, I have the Stone Arch right in my area, but I mean, a lot of people, they just don't go, they just get busy in their day, and with little kids, they just live in that regional park, in their local park, which I think is great. But I think it would be helpful to just get them to know broader what's out there and connect them, like in my area, getting them connected to the Mississippi or to the chain of lakes, since again, we don't have any lakes in my district over here on the east side. So thank you, appreciate that.
Mr. Arvidsson. Members, any other questions? Thank you. Seeing that, we'll move on to the next topic, 2023-147, Grand Marais Mountain Bike Trail Rehabilitation Phase 2 by the Superior Cycling Association. Paul Nordland, welcome, and state your name correctly.
Hi, my name is Paul Nordland. I really appreciate being here today and being allowed to present our project to the commission and the staff members. Our project is pretty simple. We started developing mountain bike trails at Pincushion about 20 years ago. We went from the technology in those days being a rake and ride trail, which is exactly as it sounds. Somebody goes out with the rake, exposes some dirt and calls it a trail. And then we moved into Boy Scouts coming to do some hand-built trail. And then we moved in to professional trail builders coming in with equipment and building bench cut trails, more like roads are built rather than how some trails are built. With that, things have changed. The trail technology has changed. We use bigger machinery now, and we build the bench cuts bigger. That allows for more sustainability. We do have some erosion issues, especially on some of the older rake and ride trails. And we do have a lot of rock armoring that needs to be repaired. One of the other things we need to do with our trail, which is almost all of our trail, except for one tiny little piece, is on U.S. Forest Service land. And since our last development, they have created a new rule that all trails need to be accessible, and not accessible in full-on ADA standards, but accessible to adaptive cycles. So we also need to move through our entire trail system as we do trail work and make all our boardwalk 48 inches wide. We are a very, very small group of people, 5 board members, probably 6, 7 volunteers. None of the narratives on the development for the grant money that we've been looking for would have much of an effect when we talk about our 20 local riders. Our trails are in large part used by visitors. The North Shore, we're in Cook County, Grand Marais. The North Shore is a big adventure outdoor tourism destination, and the vast majority of the people who use our trails don't live here. So we don't have the volunteership to keep up on these, nor the skill level. So we always hire professional trail builders to do our work. A lot of the other things that have changed, one of the other things that have changed in trail development is our trails have a lot more flow to them. They're not as technical as they used to be. And some of that requires trail realignment. So we have corridors that go through the Pincushion Park area that need to be realigned and given better flow. We're also, one of the things we're trying to do with our trail system is to enhance safety, is to create more one-way trail. All of our trail right now is two-way trail up there. And we really need to create a lot more one-way trail. It's really, we found some really close calls with people going downhill while people were riding uphill. Those two directions don't match very well. We also use a lot more raised tread than we used to in the past, hopefully reducing the amount of boardwalk that we need. Boardwalk is labor intensive to maintain. It takes a lot of effort to get the materials out into the trail system. So yeah, that's really it. Our trails have been heavily used by people from outside of our community. We rely heavily on partnerships like this with the LCCMR and helping us fund our trail system. That's all I have.
Great. Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nordland, for the presentation. My question is about trail maintenance, and so in the community that I live in, we had a smaller kind of a local mountain bike trail that was installed in one of our parks, and there was quite a controversy between the environmentalists and the mountain biking community because of the potential impacts on what is now it's a large, nature preserve kind of park. Ultimately, the trail went in and everything seems to be fine. But I think that part of the reason that it proceeded in Minnetonka was because the mountain bike community was very united in trying to ensure the environmental integrity of the park. And so they were very involved in how it was aligned, in ensuring that they're kind of making sure people aren't riding on it right after it rains so that erosion is an issue. You said that erosion is an issue and that some of it is because of the type of trail and how old the trails are. But I think it's also impactful that, right after a rain, that it's not a great time to be using the mountain bike trail. And so my question for you is, while you have this challenge of so many people using the resource that don't live there, what are you doing to engage them to ensure the mountain bikers are using best practices and to have the best impact on the, or the least impact, I should say, on the resource and the plants and animals that are living there?
Mr. Nordland.
Well, part of that is coming through better design. So we're designing trails. Our trail professionals that come in are designing more resilient trails. There's more relief cut into the trail, which we call oh no, I'm losing the name of what we call that. But essentially, we create small little reliefs in the trail for drainage, and we control the drainage into areas that are more conducive for the drainage. We do have 2 paid staff members that are on a part-time basis throughout the summer that are working on the trails on a pretty regular basis and reporting back to the board of directors. And we also have a trails committee group that works together really hard to stay on top of problem areas and try to get to it before it becomes a problem area. We have learned that most recently in the last 5 to 6 years. A lot of the trail that's at Pincushion was there prior to Superior Cycling Association being formed, and was kind of run more by a loosely organized group of mountain bikers. We've turned that around and tried to become more of take a more professional organizational approach to our trails. Part of that is doing these rehabs earlier. You know, some of our trails 20 years old. We actually have a rehab, intermediate rehab system that we're putting in place to try and to get to that more at the 6-year, 7-year mark to prevent the long-term rehab from costing so much and to reduce the amount of any kind of damage that we're doing out there.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Representative Macomb.
Thank you. And I appreciate that both design and rehab can play a part into the overall impact on the natural environment. I guess maybe my comment will be, I would encourage you to engage more broadly with the mountain biking community to ensure they understand and know how to use the resource, and so that we have better outcomes and that there's not this divide between the environmentalists and the mountain biking community. And I think that if there's not a, an understanding and a cooperative effort amongst the mountain bikers, I think that will continue to be a problem and a point of contention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can I reply to that just for a second? I missed that part of the answer. We do work really hard with our local organizations, Visit Cook County, all of our front desks, because we're so tourist centric, visitor centric. We do try to get word out when we do close our trails, if there is the concern with that, and we try to get that word out through social media and with signage at the trailheads saying, hey, look, these are your trails too, please take care of them, don't ride them when they're wet. If you do see wet, encounter wet spots, please get off your bike and walk across them. So there is a program in place, and I think that's kind of becoming industry wide. I think most trail systems, you'll see the user groups have really engaged in changing their behavior on trail to keep our trails in good shape.
Thank you. Next up, Representative Macomb, did you have a follow-up? Or okay. Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, Representative Aiken brought up some very good points. That all I want to add to that is, are there any part of this budget, if you receive this funding, that will go to environmental enhancements, or is it primarily just the trail? Thank you.
Mr. Nordland.
Well, I mean, signage is always a part of our education system, and I think the environmental enhancements are really in design and preventing erosion issues and making a better, more resilient, sustainable trail. I don't know that there's any specific program that we can engage in now, but I'm certainly happy to hear more about any programs that are out there that we could engage in. But for the most part, I think you'll find that our ridership up here is really cognizant of being good stewards of the trail. We've had very little impact that was user caused directly from riding when they shouldn't.
You have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. I don't doubt that they are very conscientious bikers. I just want to make sure that we don't, there's some enhancement possibilities right now if we fund this. And I would hope that along with the trail, you could add some, whether it's plants or certain trees or something that would make the Environmental Trust Fund viable in the fact that we are enhancing the environment. So that's what I would encourage you to do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul, I was just curious if you said it and I missed it. What is your ridership? Do you have some measure, a daily, a weekly, certain periods? I know it goes up and down, but you got to have some idea of, is it 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? I'm sure there's a lot, but you're on the far end of all of the trails up there. So I don't know if a lot of them buggers are getting all the way up there, buddy. You got something?
Well, I can tell you, so we don't have the resources to do a full-on survey, but parts of our trails have been built by Greater Minnesota Regional Parks and Trails Commission, and they follow up and do really good surveys. And attached to our application was a survey that they did last summer that had some pretty interesting numbers on it, and I think their numbers were more like they extrapolated out their 2 or 3 visits to 5,200 riders that they counted during the short period of time that they were doing the survey. They also did verbal surveys with some of the people, and some of the comments were pretty clear that what we built is something really special up here, and people are coming for it. You know, anecdotally, some of the resorts have really upped their commitment on our maintenance funding, and to the point where one resort, Odyssey, has seen, which is Caribou Highlands, has seen such a dramatic increase in bike traffic that they consider it the highest growth potential for any summer tourism in our area. So yeah, there's a little bit of a survey there that Legacy did, which is really valuable. But I think anecdotally, I can tell you there's a lot of people on our trail for big parts of the summer.
Well, and I just say that, Paul, because you know as well as I do that. I mean, having some numbers, even, you know, if they're anecdotal and all of this stuff, you know, I mean, but the donors, if you will, people that want to give on and say, oh, you've got numbers that say, holy moly, it's that popular. That's all I'm saying is, you know, it behooves you to do that. And I'm not saying you're not, I'm just saying, yeah, you want to make sure you capture that. So then you can say, yeah, we got this, that, and the other thing. And then it's a much easier sell. That's all I'm saying. So thank you much.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Mr. Nordland, I think you'll have to provide us with the trail taxonomy, like rake and ride or flow and flowage, those terms of how you do that, so we can understand the terms that you're using there.
Sure. I'm sorry. I just I'm such a avid user that's just part of my everyday vocabulary, and I don't realize other people don't know that. But
good to learn something every day. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Next up, item 2023-142, Conservation Cooperative for Working Lands, Tanner Bruce, Pheasants Forever. Welcome. State your name for the record.
Tanner Bruce. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for the opportunity here today. Also, I want to thank the staff for being awesome and accommodating for me to switch my time for the presentation here today due to a death in the family. So as stated, I'm Tanner Bruce, Ag and Conservation Program Manager with Pheasants Forever and Quail Forever here in Minnesota. And I'm going to talk through our project here, Conservation Cooperative for Working Lands. So as you all know, private lands play a crucial role in conservation that also provides public benefits to every Minnesotan. Now, this comes from, water resources, air, soil, ecosystem services, pollinators, and wildlife, as we have probably over 25 million private land acres here in the state. Our farmers and landowners voluntarily demonstrate conservation ethics at a high level in our state. To do this and to get there, it takes a couple different metrics. One would be the technical assistance component, and the other one would be the financial assistance component. And I would argue that you can do technical assistance without financial assistance, but it's pretty darn hard to implement the financial assistance without the technical assistance. And conservation delivery as a whole may sound easy, but it does get complicated. And the way I like to explain it is, if you think of an alphabet soup, I like to call it an acronym soup. So within different programs within the Farm Bill, within the state, local programs, you've got, the Conservation Reserve Program, CRP, Environmental Quality Incentive Program, EQIP. You have CSP, ASEP, ALE, WRE, WRP, Reinvest in Minnesota, RIM, Walk-in Access, WIA, NPB, Native Prairie Bank, Minnesota Ag Water Quality Certification Program, in addition to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Partners Program, and many others. So now that I kind of went through some of the acronym soup, I want to dive in a little bit deeper just to realize the complexity. So everybody talks about CRP, Conservation Reserve Program. Within that, you have general CRP, you have continuous CRP, you have CRP grasslands. To dive even deeper, you've got over 30 conservation practices underneath the program. Through that, you need people to walk the landowners, the farmers, through these programs to meet their resource concerns and what they want to do on their property. If you want to look at the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, EQIP, there's 150 plus conservation practices as far as opportunity goes. If you want to look at Conservation Stewardship Program, or CSP, there's 63 activities, 121 enhancements, and 19 bundles to choose from. Now, as a landowner walking in the door, as a farmer walking in the door, I need help to dissect all this and decide what fits my land and what programs will work for me. I've heard numerous times, I've always wanted to do something, but I didn't realize that there was help to get me there. And that's what we're looking and aiming to solve through this project. Through this project, we're proposing to place 40 staff or 40 pairs of boots on the ground located within USDA SWC service centers. And what are we looking to do there? We're looking to increase enrollment in federal, state, and local conservation programs, provide technical assistance to Minnesota farmers, ranchers, and landowners that are interested in working lands programs that increase grassland, wetlands, grazing, soil health, and regenerative ag practices. So essentially vegetative component practices. We're looking to leverage and increase federal funding for conservation implementation in Minnesota and use technologies such as precision agriculture for data-driven agriculture and profitable conservation. As we know, you have to be profitable to make it work within your operation. The primary outcomes of this proposal will be accelerated program enrollment to impact 150,000 acres, working with 10,000 farmers and landowners through working lands programs that provide substantial public benefits that include improved farm profitability, a diversified ag economy, provide habitat, cleaner water, better soils, and increased carbon storage, among many other benefits within these projects and conservation delivery. So there's a few different things I'd like to point out to you guys through this project. First would be, we have letters of support from conservation organizations, ag organizations, and private sector business. A big buzzword out there is public-private partnership. What we're talking about in this project here will deliver public-private partnerships. And this project makes maximum use of private, local, and federal funds to bring substantial impact to every state dollar invested in this program. For example, General Mills is investing in this project with a contribution of $500,000. I also want to point out that technical assistance is key, as I mentioned earlier. We can have all the project dollars available, but we need people to deliver it. People deliver the programs, they work with the farmers, they do the outreach, they knock on doors, and they put on different training and host events to educate others about the opportunities out there. It's the people and the boots on the ground that make it work. And if you do the math, it comes out to about a contribution from Minnesota of $20 per acre. Next, I want to highlight that we can capitalize on the federal contribution of 50%, but we do need the state match to make this a reality. Lastly, I'd like to leave you with, this is an investment in conservation in Minnesota. It's an investment in future conservation professionals and an investment in leveraging dollars to put conservation on the ground. So with that, I thank you for your time. And I'll leave it to you.
Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions. One, I know you've received a lot of funding from the Outdoor Heritage Legacy Fund. Have they been any help to this project? And secondly, is this project scalable?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. So first on the Outdoor Heritage Fund, most of that is geared towards public lands. And there is funding there. And, I would like to throw out that we're borrowing that money to put it on the ground and delivering it as effective and efficient as we can. And as far as towards this project, no, for those funds, everything needs to be open to the public, in which this will be being implemented on private ground. Second, as far as scalable, yes, it is scalable because it's based on a per FTE and based on funding requirements and funding received, we are able to scale the project.
Commissioner Gibson.
I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioner Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tanner. I work in this soil health realm, so I know all those acronyms that you've been naming. I know the importance of this work. I know NRCS has been talking about adding like quite a few people for a while now. So I am interested in seeing this go forward. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of question whether this should be coming out of this fund though. If this is something that, needs a little bit of emphasis from this group, but it does seem like this work should be covered under different funding, in my opinion. Question for you, the people that are going to be hired, the 40 people you're talking about, these are NRCS staff, is that right?
Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I would agree. I know that there's a lot of conversation on staffing, but no, this would not be NRCS staff. This would be Pheasants Forever staff and Soil and Water Conservation District staff.
Oh, okay, that's helpful.
Commissioner Snyder.
Yep, that's all I got for right now. Thanks.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again, Mr. Bruce. Thinking about the unit cost and Commissioner Gibson's question, on scalability, what is a dollar amount we could place on each farm bill biologist to essentially identify the marginal value of each individual, such that if we had surplus funds, because the way we're doing our allocation this year, it may be possible for members to maybe go 5.1 million or whatever number it would be. What's the marginal cost of each farm bill biologist, considering your overhead as well, such that we could scale this project to the funds available within our priorities? Thanks.
Bruce.
Mr. Chair and members, if you look through the request and the number of FTEs, the overall number that I would shoot for would be about 80,000. That includes everything. So for LCCMR's sake, it'd be 40,000 because it'd be half or roughly half of a position, because the other funding would come from USDA. And then we also would have our local chapters, General Mills, and others contributing.
Commissioner Peichel.
No, that's sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Tanner, good to see you. Sorry about your family member, buddy. As you know, and probably many of the commission members, I've supported this. I will. partly because it's somewhat selfish on my part because I have a number of former students who work as Farm Bill biologists, as you know. So my question is then, how many Farm Bill biologists do we have just in Minnesota put out, many of them at SWCD offices, like many of my former students that are working with you? How many do we have out there?
Bruce.
Mr. Chair and members, currently as it stands, we have it's either at 13 or 14 currently.
Just here in Minnesota, right, buddy? And there's we've got them in quite a. How many states have Farm Bill biologists? Very similar to what we have here.
It is very similar. I would say probably in the realm of 20 states, and I would say in that 200 to 250 range nationwide.
Yeah, and the reason I set you up in a good way, hopefully, is that this has been a very successful program, and it kind of started here in Minnesota, and now it's literally blossomed out, talking about pollinators to it's far reaching in the work that's being done there, which speaks to the success of the program. And that's, I just like to point that out to my fellow members. So thanks again, Tanner.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Gibson, Commissioner
Thank
Peichel.
Me first? Yeah, Gibson, okay. Commissioner Faber brought up a good point. We also have a request from you to kind of retrofit some of the grasslands with pollinators for I think almost $1 million. When you do this, are you going to include pollinators, or do we have to go back and have a request for a retrofit? So what's your mix going to be of your enhancement program?
Bruce.
Mr. Chair and members, for this project, it's going to be based around the technical assistance. So a lot of the things that I guess pave the way for what gets planted is going to be a program requirement, whether it's through CRP or EQIP or whatever the practices that's being implemented. With that being said, we all know that diversity within our plantings is crucial. So that will be an emphasis of the positions to continue to move that ball forward, move that rock forward, and continue to promote diverse landscapes.
Follow up?
Yep.
Thank you. So some of the CRP lands is for a short period. What happens after that?
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Chair and members, so it would be a 10 or 15-year program. What's done after that is these individuals, these boots on the ground, are going to work with the individuals that have expiring contracts to get them re-enrolled. At the same time, you'll be looking at the vegetative cover and seeing if it needs any upgrades to meet current requirements, along with giving them the other opportunities out there. Is there an option to graze it now at this point and keep the grass green side up? You know, is there an opportunity to put it into an easement? Is there an opportunity to do something else completely different that we don't know about 10, 15 years down the line? So these individuals will be promoting conservation and conservation delivery, and working with all these private landowners and farmers to continue the progress that we've made.
I have a question for you, Representative Hansen.
Sure.
Isn't it, aren't we supposed to be funding things in that have enhancement in perpetuity?
Commissioner Gibson, I think we've, when there's been an acquisition and staff there's a cross-referencing on statute about perpetuity. This would be the technical assistance on a short-term easement. We are not acquiring any interest in this. Is that correct, Mr. Bruce?
Mr. Chair, members, that's correct. This would be for the technical assistance and the boots on the ground to implement the conservation. So there would be, at $20 an acre, that's pretty stinking cheap of an investment. So.
Thank you.
As a follow-up maybe to this line of questioning, these are temporary, and it appears that whenever there's a crisis, there's an exemption or exception made to allow, if it's too wet, then we allow haying and grazing. If it's too dry, we allow haying or grazing. If there's an invasion of Ukraine, we allow people to get out of their contracts early. And so I think if there's use of this special money, there should be some rider language or some type of protection that the investment is not brought back into production if we've invested into it, even if it's the assistance, because just if you look at the history of CRP, there's always some crises where where at the federal level, there's a emergency allowed for bringing in, and it is temporary, as Commissioner Gibson noted, that it goes back under the plow potentially if there's high grain prices, and allowing the early out. So my question is, and I asked this previously, was people don't come in the door of the service centers anymore. Landowners, maybe 50% may not be living on the site. If you drive out to the farm, the people who live there may only live and own the building site rather than the property. They have no management on the farm. So how do you reach landowners who may be willing to participate without relying on traditional, waiting them to come to you, or you going to the farm when they may not be there at the farm? They may be scattered all over. How do you deal with that reality today?
Mr. Chair and members, that is one thing that continues to grow with, a growing percentage of individuals that own land don't farm themselves. So that's one thing that we need to keep in mind as we continue to do our outreach, as we continue to do workshops. We need to target different locations, geographies, different people. One of those ways, I think, is one thing we're discussing is a non-operating landowner workshop that we would host in Minneapolis, so that we can talk to these individuals that own land, but maybe only see it once or twice a year, or maybe they don't see it at all, quite frankly. So working with them to not only educate them on conservation practices that they can do on their land, how they can communicate with renters, and then also the reasons and the benefits of management practices on conservation lands that they do have.
Might be able to do Zooming.
Everybody loves
you.
Zoom and Teams now, right?
Zooming your teams. But I think there are a lot of people who are interested in this, and you might want to look at non-traditional ways of connecting with them, different groups,
Absolutely.
vendors, bankers, estate lawyers, etc. I think that is it. I see no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. And we are now going to move into 4 work plans that are in front of us. Just like yesterday, we have 4 agencies here, and I believe, Michael, they are all here. So maybe if, Michael, if you just want, Mr. Varian, if you just want to just go over a general description of the process here.
Mr. Chair, members, Chair Hansen, you're correct. We do have 4 of the legislative ads here today to present. They will each follow that same format of about 5-minute presentation followed by questions, and then if time for members to consider, and if you'd like to make a motion to approve that work plan, that would be good to take care of today. And so we can take the presentations in the order they are on the agenda, if we like, and go from there.
I think we have Commissioner Faber has a question. Or he did.
Sorry, yeah. Chair Hansen, are we gonna do you want to do us each individually as far as an approval? So
Yes.
then after they've given and answered questions, then you say, okay, I move to approve this one. Is that you want to do it that way?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And then because we're virtual, we need to do a roll call, and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that way there's a record of each one. So.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So start with item 2022-300, groundwater storage and recovery database, Minnesota DNR Eco Waters Division. Jay Frischman, welcome to the commission, and state your name for the record.
Greetings and thank you, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Jay Frischman. I supervise groundwater and hydrogeology staff at the DNR Division of Ecological Water Resources. This project proposal is in part a follow-up to a recent LCCMR funded study, Banking Groundwater, a study examining aquifer storage and recovery for groundwater sustainability in Minnesota. Oop. There we go. Oop. Sorry, thought it was working. Oh, there I am. Anyway, the researchers associated with this earlier project developed a modeling schema that would allow an assessment of an aquifer's ability to act as a reservoir, i.e. the name banking, for groundwater through the use of storage and recovery wells. The storage and recovery modeling relies on two aquifer parameters inputs, namely transmissivity and storativity. Transmissivity and storativity, referred to as TNS, are parameters that define how water moves in an aquifer system and are key inputs to all groundwater models. Support for constructing a database that would allow easy access to aquifer parameters such as TNS was a key recommendation of this earlier study. Aquifer tests are field experiments conducted to collect the data used to calculate transmissivity and storativity. Aquifer tests are both time-consuming and expensive to conduct. Between 2014 and 2018, an interagency effort primarily using clean water funds designed and constructed a database named the Minnesota Aquifer Properties Database, also known as MINAP, to house the aquifer test information that has been collected in the state of Minnesota. To date, 1,655 aquifer tests previously warehoused in various state and federal agencies have been compiled at DNR and being reviewed by hydrologists entered into the database. The map enclosed in the project work plan shows the statewide distribution of existing aquifer tests and the progress that's been made by DNR to populate the database. Since 2019, DNR staff have been making slow progress populating this database. With current resources, it is estimated it will take approximately 6 years to fully populate that database. This appropriation will accelerate the entry of aquifer test information by hiring staff dedicated to aquifer test analysis and data entry. The appropriation will provide additional resources for Minute developers to complete the output functionality of the database. Minute will also develop refinements that will make data entry easier and faster, including uploading completed scanned reports, and prepare a user-friendly public side web interface so Minnesotans can search and download these aquifer properties for site characterization on their own. Groundwater models have become an increasingly more important tool for managers making decisions about water resources. Following just a few of the examples of how these models are presently being used. DNR is working with the city of Moorhead to model the impact of groundwater pumping and develop sustainable limits to pumping from the primary groundwater source, the Buffalo Aquifer, which is located several miles east of town, by the way. MDH and MTCA are using a groundwater model to predict the movement of PFAS, so municipal and domestic water supplies can be operated safely in the East Metro counties. DNR is using a robust groundwater model to develop sustainable pumping conditions while maintaining the water level on White Bear Lake. Numerous consultants and agencies also use portions of or all of the Met Council's Metro groundwater model to study regional water supply sustainability in the metro area. And as we speak, DNR is using existing aquifer tests to predict pumping impacts on several dozen domestic wells, which appear to have been put out of water by neighboring high capacity pumping. Transmissivity and storativity are the key aquifer property inputs for all of these modeling efforts. Providing these aquifer parameters in a standardized, easily accessible, accessed format will make groundwater modeling efforts, including the aquifer storage and recovery project, less expensive by preventing the need to repeat aquifer tests in areas with known aquifer information. Mr. Chairman and all members, thank you for your attention. I will gladly answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. Representative Hansen, yesterday you were giving us a little bit of the process on some of these projects. And I think the presenter mentioned that this was a environmental trust fund project. I'm not sure when, but I'm just curious as to why you didn't make the proposal to us on this round.
Mr. Chair and members, I apologize. I must have blown past this. The work that's been done, the the project that I initially talked about was funded by LCCMR. That was a project headed by Carrie Jennings from Freshwater and a number of U of M researchers. The work that's been done on the database has been done interagency wide. We have used clean water funds as they've been available to build the database. The banking project and the database kind of ran into each other because we had information that they needed for their modeling schema. And one of the main recommendations was that we should get additional funding for this and move this project along. I hope that answers your question.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. I'm just, I mean, it looks like a good project and appropriate for us, but I'm just trying to figure out how it got in the package, I guess. And I don't know if it was part of another budget and then put into LCCMR, which I'm getting a little suspicious about. If either one of you could kind of tell me, is it going to be part of your regular budget? Is this a continuing project? Just if I could get some of that data.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Frischman.
members, Mr. Chair and members, hopefully I can answer your question. This funding originated when Dr. Jennings approached some folks on the Hill early in the year and contacted us indicating that this was in the works. We provided some feedback. In particular, we indicated the need for the minute work. And as I say, that was in February. That was the last we heard about this. This was not something that originated from us. It came from them. And it wasn't until the session had ended and several days after that came the notification that, oh, by the way, this was funded and it was funded by LCCMR, etc. And then, oh, okay. And so at DNR, we had no idea that this was even in the works.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson, I do not have the legislative history on this one, as I did yesterday. Commissioner Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Frischman, for your presentation. I just want to say that when one opens this proposal and looks at the last page, which is the map showing the sites where there is data currently collected and data currently entered, it is easy to see where we have challenges with water use and water overuse in some cases across the state of Minnesota. You'll note that most of the sites are in populated urban areas, but a large portion of them are in irrigated ag areas. And one of the challenges that the Department of Natural Resource has as representatives of us, the people of Minnesota, is to really understand the capacity of groundwater usage and how the DNR is in charge of the quantity of water usage. MPCA is in charge of the quality of water, and the local state staff trying to understand whether or not an irrigation well should be used and how many gallons per day it should pump. They depend on the kind of information that Mr. Frischman has been sharing with us. And as he mentioned in his presentation, the cost of doing test wells for the state is high. And so having the ability to enter this information into a database that also has a public side, so individuals can see the data as well, I think is one of the key aspects of understanding our water usage in our state and helping our state agencies manage that to the benefit of all of us. So I appreciate the presentation. I'm not sure, Commissioner Gibson, as you, why this isn't part of a regular budget, state agency budget, but since it's not, I think it's incumbent upon us as trying to preserve, enhance, and conserve our resources to take a strong look at this and to support the work plan, because it's been approved by the legislature already. So thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'll move this work plan forward, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Albrecht moves the 2022-300 work plan. Is there any further discussion to the motion? The clerk will take the roll.
Hansen,
Aye.
Hansen, yes. Ingebrigtsen is excused. Acom,
Aye.
Acom, yes. Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. James,
Yes.
James, yes. D-Stick,
Yes.
D-Stick, yes. Faber,
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Gibson,
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Her is excused. Lewick,
Lewick, yes.
Lewick, yes. Moore is excused. Pikel,
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Morrison,
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, yes. Reese is excused. Snyder,
Snyder, aye.
Snyder, yes. Tice is excused. Westrom, Westrom. It appears Westrom is having some technical difficulties getting the sound on, so he is excused. Currently, there are 11 yes, 0 no, and 6 excused.
Motion is approved. Next up, Forest Data Inventory 2022-298. Dennis Kepler with the Minnesota DNR Forestry Division. Welcome and state your name for the record. Is Mr. Kepler here?
My apologies, I was on mute. I'm used to Teams and not Zoom, so my apologies. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Dennis Kepler, and I work for the Minnesota DNR Division of Forestry, and I run and supervise the resource assessment program, in which we conduct most, if not all, of the forest inventory for the entire state of Minnesota. That includes both our state resources and the Forest Inventory and Analysis program, which is a USDA program. So this forest data work plan, I will just go through some basics and then take questions. So as you know, forests make up approximately 17.6 million acres, or 35% of all Minnesota land area. And as such, they play a vital role in providing recreation, habitat, carbon storage and sequestration, as well as financial benefits in the form of wood fiber products to our state. And forest inventory is a foundational element to understanding what our forests look like and provide vital information about tree density, forest change, and carbon storage, which are critical elements in understanding our options for climate change response, while making proactive and collaborative forest management possible. Since 2020, the Minnesota DNR has been transitioning to a more efficient and data-rich forest inventory method that combines plot-based inventory with high-density LiDAR, or light detection and ranging, derived data. Combining LiDAR and derived information and field data from PBI provides accurate forest inventory information. These modernized forest inventory efforts to date have focused mainly on the DNR lands, U.S. Forest Service lands, and many counties with large forest holdings. And actually one tribal nation, Leech Lake, has opted in for participating currently. So the point that we're missing is private forests, and private forests make up about 42% of all the total forests. So almost half of Minnesota forests are in private land holdings. And this work plan begins to address the expansion of our private lands to capture forests, their forests' unique characteristics. And it is essential that PBI data is also collected for private forest lands to ensure Minnesota has reliable forest inventory information statewide. The objective of this project in particular is to design and pilot the expansion of this program, in which we want to conduct this enhanced forest inventory. We want to enhance this on private lands. It will create connections, incentives, and assistance to forest landowners to opt in to the Minnesota Division of Forestry's PBI program. Again, PBI is plot-based inventory, that's on the ground data collection that combines with LiDAR. LiDAR has already been collected over a large portion of the state, so none of this money goes towards the collection of LiDAR presently. So this will result in an all lands forest inventory and will complement the work that we've already completed. We've already completed about 2,350 plots in public lands, which equals about 3.5 million acres of forest inventory. We're about ready to receive the LiDAR that was collected last year, and we will start the modeling process very soon for those products. So the key benefits to this project in particular is the programmatic design of a forest inventory system that provides increased efficiencies and conducts forest inventory across all lands, particularly private lands in this case. So this will greatly accelerate our ability to comprehensively measure and monitor Minnesota's forest resources. This includes metrics such as volumes, biomass, and this resulting will be an improved timber growth and yield projections and carbon assessment. These improvements support the DNR and other land managers in sustainable decision-making. Improving information will advance fire fuel estimates, risk assessments, forest change detection, guideline monitoring, which is a very important portion of what we do here. Also accuracy of carbon storage mapping and modeling, as well as forest health planning, including climate mitigation and adaptation. That's all I have for this. Questions, please. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Any questions? I hear a motion. Commissioner Albright.
Mr. Chair, I'll move this work plan forward.
Commissioner Albright moves. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? The clerk will take the roll.
Hansen.
Aye.
Hansen, yes. Ingebrigtsen excused. Acom.
Aye.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Aye.
Albrecht, yes. Dames.
Yes.
Dames, yes. Deestick.
Yes.
Deestick, yes. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Per. Per is excused. Lewick.
Lewick, yes.
Lewick, yes. Morris excused. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, yes. Pikel.
Pikel, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese is excused. Snyder.
Snyder, yes.
Snyder, yes. Tice is excused. Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 12 yes, 0 no, 5 excused.
And Senator Westrom, did you have trouble getting on that last one before that? Do you want to be recorded on that one?
Mr. Chair, yeah, that would be good. I'd be yes on the prior one too.
If we could do that, if you were having difficulty.
Thank you. I've updated. So there are currently now for ID 2022-300, 12 yes, 0 no, 5 excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion prevails. Thank you, Mr. Kepler. Next up would be item 2022-302, Minnesota Pollution Control Agency replacing failing septic systems to protect groundwater. Courtney Ehlers Nelson and Brandon Montgomery. Welcome to the commission and state your name.
Good afternoon, Chair Hansen and commissioners. Yes, for the record, my name is Courtney Ehlers Nelson. I am stepping in today on behalf of Brandon Montgomery. He is not joining me. He is hopefully enjoying vacation with his family. I'm the Assistant Director at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and a manager of the SSTS, the Subsurface Sewage Treatment System program at the agency as well. So you may be familiar, but for those of you who aren't, nearly 30% of Minnesotans use subsurface sewage treatment systems to treat their household wastewater. Imagine these mini wastewater treatment plants buried in backyards, which are responsible for treating wastewater from pathogens, bacteria, nutrients, so that those contaminants don't reach Minnesota's groundwaters or surface waters, or ultimately affect human health and the environment. Septic systems generally have a lifespan of approximately 30 years, depending on the system size and the usage. At some point, an SSTS is going to need to be repaired or replaced. And for septic systems that fail, they have the potential to create imminent threats to public health and safety, or will, again, fail to protect groundwater. Systems that fail to protect groundwater are generally those that have insufficient separation between where the effluent enters the soil and where groundwater is found, resulting in inadequate treatment. Imminent threats to public health and safety generally mean untreated wastewater effluent is coming to the surface. It's ponding, for example, in someone's backyard, or it's directly entering surface waters by way of a ditch or a stream, or it could be entering a lake. The cost to repair and replace septic systems is anywhere between $7,000 and $20,000, depending on the system size and complexity. Low-income landowners are typically unable to afford this cost. And as a result, failing systems remain in place far too long. They continue to pose a risk to landowners, to their neighbors, and potentially anyone who comes in contact with contaminated surface water or groundwater. Counties and other locals of government across the state implement the septic system program. This means that they enforce state rules, they review septic system plans, they approve permits, they inspect these new or replaced systems, but ultimately they are ensuring compliance and they're working directly with landowners. An effective method for assisting low-income landowners to replace their failing septic systems is through a grant program with Minnesota counties. More specifically, I'm here to talk about a project which would grant money to counties, again, who are already implementing the septic system program, who would then re-grant the money to low-income landowners with these failing systems within their county. This process does allow the county septic system program to prioritize landowners with the greatest monetary need, as well as prioritizing systems that pose the greatest threat to groundwater, drinking water, public safety within their jurisdiction. So for this specific project, counties would apply for funding to the MPCA, and then the PCA would pass that funding on to counties and ultimately to low-income landowners. The grant funds, again, as I've already stated, would be there to correct these failing septic systems, or again, systems that are imminent threats to public health and safety for low-income households as defined by the county. As applications come into the Pollution Control Agency for these grant dollars, the applications would be reviewed and given a priority rank based on some criteria. The criteria would include whether the septic system in that application is in a watershed that is known to have E. coli or nutrient surface water impairments. We would also prioritize projects that are correcting or addressing multiple households. So what I mean by that is a large cluster system, one large septic system that is they're treating waste from multiple homes. And we know that counties have been working a long time with landowners. And so there are likely projects out there that are shovel ready. We would continue to prioritize projects that are ready for these funds so that we can quickly and efficiently use them. Overall, this grant program would be very similar to our existing successful low-income grant program, which is made possible currently by Clean Water Fund appropriations. And like our other grant program, counties would play a big role in assisting us with some reporting of outcomes, such as estimating the pollutant reductions as a result of correcting these failing septic systems. In closing, I'll just say that we believe this to be an effective grant program in addressing septic systems that put human health and the environment at risk. And with that, I will take questions, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. So to be clear, you said this is an existing program, correct? Am I correct in that? And you also said you're already implementing it. So I'm just, this feels like a supplant versus a supplement. And I'm not saying it's not needed. It's just, it concerns me. And I know that that's not your responsibility, but it just feels like supplanting. Thank you.
Ms. Ehlers Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the comment. I will just add that this would be substantially adding to and building upon that existing program. There are some slight differences between the project as described here compared to the one taking place under the Clean Water appropriations. For example, in this instance, we are hoping to target large systems and to put out grants of $100,000 or more if possible. So really giving counties the opportunity to make very large and substantial impacts. With the Clean Water appropriation and grant program under that, we are limited to how much money we can give out per county, for example. So there are some minor differences, but we see this as largely building upon an existing program. Thank you.
Can I
follow up?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. Could you tell me what the typical amount might be? I mean, I know septic systems come in all shapes and sizes. So could you, I know, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. And I have quite a range. That's why I already mentioned it could be everywhere from 7,000, depending on if it's a repair, to a full replacement. If we're looking at data from Ag BMP data from last year, they're coming in close to $18,000 for a full replacement. So there's quite a range.
Commissioner Gibson. Representative Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the update on this huge, vast improvement over a proposal I believe we saw last year where MPCA was interested in sending a bunch of extra people out there to do more of an education approach instead of really going out there and helping fix the problem. I would just say this, and I certainly support this. Just words of wisdom to MPCA, allow the counties to build out that grant program. Don't put too many things on top of it. There's a wide variety of systems out there and circumstances. In Defense County, they've been doing this for a long time, a real long time. And with USDA programs and other programs that will step in and help, because a lot of these systems belong to retired fixed income people. And I'm not talking about the retired fixed income people that are sitting on a $750,000 lake home. I'm talking about other folks that are on Social Security in a trailer house. So it's very important to let the counties do this. But again, I think this is a good program and a good way to get out there and fix and protect and conserve both surface and groundwater. Thank you.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you. And the one question I have is, how does the federal dollars, so the infrastructure dollars, if we were to get matching funds, could this be used as matching funds? Does any project like this qualify? Because I believe in the infrastructure bill, there is money for, water treatment. And could this qualify? And then could this be matching funds if we, didn't pass any matching funds in the legislature?
Ms. Ayers Nelson.
Mr. Chair and Senator, do you think it's a great question? I don't have the answer to that. I do know we are closely following what the EPA has on in terms of grants or programs around decentralized wastewater. So that's their terminology. And, off the cuff here, I would say those grant programs are not as robust as a formal wastewater treatment plant and support for that very large infrastructure. It's not to say it's not available. I'm just not fully familiar with what is available to us. Historically, it's been less.
Senator Dietzig, did you have a follow-up? Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ayers Nelson, for your presentation. A couple of thoughts. One is that this doesn't necessarily have to be rural county residents, I'm assuming, because municipal residents are also county residents. And often we, to Representative Lueck's point, I see that a lot in my community where we have aging septics with people on fixed limited income, and they've not hooked up to municipal services, and there's an opportunity when their septic is failing for them to hook up to municipal services. And rather than because ordinances don't allow a new septic to be put in, would this grant also apply to those who want to fix their septic issue by connecting to municipal services? Because honestly, it is an expense to do that as well. And I can think of one person in particular in my community and others on the fringes of the community that are city residents, but they haven't connected to the municipal services that have come by their house because they didn't have to, 15 years or something. And yet it would make a big difference to the health of the lake or the resource or surface waters if they were. So could it also connect to municipal services rather than install a new septic? Thanks.
Ms. Ayers Nelson.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair, and for the question. As I said, we are building upon an existing program largely, and that program is to address septic systems, individual septic systems. There are other ways for in situations that you described where it might be easier for a household to link up to, a big pipe and ultimately a wastewater treatment plant. And that's through the state revolving fund. And there is a process through PFA and MPCA that they could be involved in. This is specifically targeting septic systems or large cluster septic systems. So septic systems that treat multiple households and replacing them.
Thank you. That's all.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just Representative Lueck, I would echo his comments and just wondered about how many projects or septic systems do you anticipate this could help improve? And I realize that's a bit of an average or a guess because some are less expensive repairs than others, but give us an idea of how many systems we're helping that are probably otherwise not complying or not functioning properly and not treating the septic on the rural sites. If you can give us some of those numbers or just kind of put a little more perspective on it.
Ms. Ayers Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for the question. I mentioned before, there's quite a wide range of costs associated with the either repair or replacement of a septic system. If counties choose to cover the entire cost of a septic system through these grant dollars, then we estimate, we would have about 115 individual households that would be touched by this money. If they decide to cover a portion of the cost, it could go as high as 280 different households, low-income households that would make use of this money. So we're allowing the counties to make the decision as to what proportion of the cost they're going to cover.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, can you tell me what are you seeing out there? Is there usually some sort of match by the homeowner? Some contribution, and if so, what is it? And do you have thoughts on that? I guess it does seem like if people have some incentives, but some stake in the game, it's probably the best combination. We talked yesterday about kind of a 50% match. What are you seeing from most counties as far as a match and investment by homeowners? But it is targeted typically to maybe more low and modest means. Give us some thoughts on that. That would be helpful.
Ms. Ehlers-Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. I can tell you the data we have based on the program we are running with the Clean Water Fund appropriation. And in that instance, we're pretty confident that counties are not covering the entire cost. Every county is different. We allow them to, again, decide what proportion of the cost they're going to cover. But based on the data that I have, it appears that counties on average are covering approximately half of the cost to replace septic systems. There can be, again, variability. That's an average. Some counties might cover 25% of the cost. Some might cover the entire cost. We're really allowing the counties to work directly with landowners on what seems to be best.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about tribal communities and households. Is there a government-to-government relationship with PCA to those organizations and individuals, or are they required to apply through the county process?
Ms. Ehlers-Nelson.
They would participate through working with the county in that process. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Peichel.
Nothing further. I'll move the work plan.
Peichel moves the work plan. Is there any discussion? I have one comment. Since this is special money, I think it'd be great to have a plaque somewhere on the house or in the house that this was funded with the Environmental Trust Fund, so that the residents know that this is from the Environmental Trust Fund, and that any future occupants of the home would know that. So I think that's really important. It's a big amount of money, and it's different than the pots of money that have been funding it in the past, although they have been funding it in the past. So there has been a motion. The clerk will take the roll.
Hansen.
Aye.
Hansen, yes. Ingebrigtsen excused. Acom.
Aye.
Acom, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Dames.
Yes.
Dames, yes. Deestick.
Yes.
Deestick, yes. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Gibson.
Aye.
Gibson, yes. Fur is excused. Lewick.
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, yes. Morris excused. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, yes. Peichel.
Peichel, yes.
Peichel, yes. Reese is excused. Snyder.
Snyder, aye.
Snyder, yes. Tice is excused. Westrom.
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 12 yes, 0 no, 5 excused.
Motion approved. Thank you. Next up would be item 2022-295, Aggregate Resource Mapping, Minnesota DNR, Lands and Minerals Division. Heather Ahrens, welcome to the commission. and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Heather Ahrens. I'm the Mineral Potential Section Manager of the Division of Lands and Minerals with the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, commission. This appropriation will help provide vital information to local governments that support informed land use decisions and natural resource management across multiple resources. This proposal is to start and complete 2 to 3 counties. A little bit of background about this program. In the Minnesota legislature in '84 passed the statute for directing the DNR to map aggregate resources for local governments. And aggregate is a term that we use for both sand and gravel and crushed stone resources. And the reason is that 50% of aggregates statewide are produced in used for publicly financed and funded projects. In rural counties, that goes up to 80 to 90%. And so access to local resources not only reduces the cost of construction for taxpayers, but it also reduces the carbon footprint for construction projects. And both are vital in sustaining resilient communities and will help also address ongoing considerations for MnDOT to address their carbon footprint as well. And so the purpose of the program is to ensure that there's an orderly and environmentally sound process for addressing aggregate resources. And this is in stark need as we move forward with the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is a historic investment in our infrastructure. So to put that into context, currently 10 million American households and 400,000 schools and childcare centers lack safe drinking water, and there will be $55 billion to expand access to clean drinking water for households, businesses, schools across the country. From rural towns to struggling cities, the legislation will invest significant money and to replace lead pipes and improve our water infrastructure system. And all of that will require aggregates. 1 in 5 miles of our public highways and major roads and 45,000 bridges in our country are in poor condition. And so there's significant investment into updating our infrastructure from transit to ports. All of that is going to require significant amount of aggregate. And then when you consider also that our public transit infrastructure is inadequate with a multi-billion-dollar backlog, communities of color are twice as likely to take public transport, and these communities lack public infrastructure, which is inadequate. And so the public infrastructure bill will provide multi-billion-dollar repairs to stations and tracks and to power systems, and that all of that will require aggregate. And so the purpose of these maps is to provide local governments who are in charge of permitting, planning for aggregate resources, information on where these resources occur, and to provide information of where they should develop as well as where they should not develop. And I would say that that is a lesser known story about how this information is used, is in how it protects important resources such as prairie and other sensitive habitats. I'm currently sitting in a committee right now trying to figure out how to address some of the rarest prairie on school trust lands where there's aggregate and how to compensate the school trust lands to protect prairie. But this information needs, or this process needs information about aggregate. And so similar to how groundwater maps or geologic maps are used to air resource maps are used the same way. And the aggregate resource mapping program identifies the characteristics of aggregate resources to produce final maps that protect, conserve, and preserve and enhance the state's natural resources. Lake County recently joined our wait list, and one of the issues that they're facing is lack of septic system sand that's available for septic systems. You know, they're faced with having too much rock, where there's other counties that are faced with not having enough rock in their sand and gravel, and most of it is just, you know, a lot of sand versus gravel. And so our maps help differentiate those types of deposits so that counties can make, like I said, informed land use decisions on where to protect or allow for mining and where not to allow for mining. We have a broad base of stakeholder support. Recently in past LCCMR projects, Nancy Daubenberger, from the now Commissioner of MnDOT, has provided statements of support. The Minnesota Association of Counties Planning and Zoning Administrators, MCPZA, we have been on their legislative platform for several years for legislative to have accelerated mapping for aggregates. The director of the Minnesota Geologic Survey has provided statements of support, as well as the director of the Aggregate Ready Mix Association. And so we have a broad base of stakeholders that have that recognize how important this information is. And so part of our goal is to make this information as available as possible to landowners, to the county, to nonprofit organizations, to also for planning and zoning efforts. We provide maps to people free of charge upon request. Our data can be viewed on the internet with PDF resources. We also have an interactive map, so people can interact with the GIS data similar to a Google map. And so they can click and see the data behind all of the colors of a map. And our goal is to make it so that it's easily understood by non-geologists, that anyone from the public can see and understand and read these maps so that they can further be informed and contribute to these conversations that are being had across local governments across the state. And I will say that when we talk about aggregates, a lot of people think that while the production mostly do go towards large economic regions, and however, aggregates are needed at a township scale to the state scale. And so when you consider our largest road network being the sand and gravel roads that crisscross across our farm country and up into our cabin country, those are all being maintained mostly by townships, and 80 to 90% of those taxes go towards maintaining their roads and their ditches. And so as I stated earlier, to round this back up, that the goal is to provide this information so that there is sound as well as environmentally sound development, and to spread the burden of development in areas that makes the least impact to our other natural resources. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And Mr. Chairman, members, I'm available for any additional questions you may have.
Commissioner Faber,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to approve the work plan.
Faber moves. Any discussion? Clerk will take the roll.
Hansen,
Aye.
Hansen, yes. Ingebrigtsen excused. Acom,
Aye.
Acom, yes. Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. James,
Yes.
James, yes. D-Stick,
Yes.
D-Stick, yes. Faber,
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Gibson,
Yep.
Gibson, yes. Per is excused. Lewick,
Lewick, aye.
Lewick, yes. Moore is excused. Morrison,
Morrison, I.
Morrison, yes. Pikel,
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Reese is excused. Snyder,
Nader, I.
Snyder, yes. Tice is excused. Westrom,
Westrom, yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 12 yes, 0 no, 5 excused.
Motion approved. Work plan is adopted. I think that concludes our business today. Michael, is there any public testimony?
Mr. Chair and members, there is not any public testimony today. Again, there's just the three written testimony from related to yesterday's business.
And then Diana, how do you want us to handle the per diem forms that they can get those in and then we will sign them or electronically sign them?
Yes, currently, several members have already sent them, but if I don't see them by Friday, I plan on sending out an email for anybody from last week or this week.
So this is James. Diana, can you tell me where I can find a copy of that? I haven't been able to find it on the website.
I sent an email with a copy of the per diem, but I can send it to you again.
If you would do that, thank you.
You bet.
So members, we are about to adjourn and then the subcommittee on capital construction projects will convene at 2:45. We are adjourned. Oh, Tori, Senator Westrom, did you have a question?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to join the subcommittee today. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay.
So.
We'll keep you in the loop.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, we are adjourned.